Hello. Hola. Hola, ¿cómo está? ¿Cómo estás? What's cracking? I just opened the What's up, Cootery? Hello, cool mama. Hello, guys. What's going on, y'alls? I missed y'all. I have not been live in a few days. I've been busy. How is everyone doing? Guys, I'm going to eat some chips and I'm going to drink some coffee here in a second. I'm going to need you to love me through it. I'm going to need you to love me through it, guys. It's very important to me that I get to eat these chips. What's going on, guys? What's going on? Guys, what do you think about this? I just drew this. This is my favorite piece of art. Early bird gets the pickle. I like that. What do y'all think about what he's doing to the Smithsonian? How fucking crazy is that? Hello?
Yo,
What's going on, big guy?
um, nothing. Just got off my VR.
What's your favorite Roblox mode?
Roblox mode. I haven't played Roblox in like God knows how long.
Like 20 years, probably.
Now maybe like 3 years ago, just because I'm tired of being cussed out by little children.
I feel that. I feel that. Sorry, chat. What's going on, guys? What up, RJ? What's going on, guys? Oh, look. Oh, where'd she go? Look at that. She's jamming me up. Look at this. She's jamming me up. She's jamming me up for a chip. Pickles, what are you doing there? Chad, if you're a Trump supporter, come and debate me. If you think I'm a soft soy boy liberal cuck, come tell me why I'm wrong. Come tell me why you prefer to have fewer rights to own the libs. What's going on, guys? Tap the screen. Let's get to like 10K real quick. Joe Biden was the worst. Yeah, no, he wasn't. One of the best. One of the best. I know you guys saw a few clips and you were sold on the fact he was like he had dementia and stuff. But we employ a little thing called critical thinking over here on the left.
What do you guys think critically about? I'm curious.
Come on. We think critically about maybe science and the origin of the world. We think critically about
Science and the origin of
climate
the world.
change.
Do you guys believe in biology? Are we going? Is that where we're going, or what type of science?
Yeah, we believe in biology and we don't conflate it with social constructs.
So how many genders are there then?
Depends on which part of the world you're in.
Okay. So science changes if I'm in South
S-
America versus Africa.
Social sciences do. Yeah.
Social science?
Hmm. Are you talking about
What
gender, a
about
social
I
construct?
was asking like biologically, what how many genders are there?
Gender's not biological. It's a social construct.
Since when? Since what, the 1960s, or how far back we going?
I don't know. Are we starting to say science isn't that great if it's recent?
Well, I'm saying that. Wait, what do you mean?
Are you saying
What do
like
you mean
are
not
you
great?
are you are you knocking science that's like recent, or do you only believe in like old science?
What is so? What is this new science? So what is this new science that you speak of? Can you point me to?
I don't know. You're trying to say that I'm wrong because there was a recent discovery that in your head came in the 1960s where gender does not equal sex.
Yeah, wasn't it 1960s or was it later? I don't know. It was around then, right? Maybe
I don't know.
1990.
I think that maybe somewhere you can point to a time period where we drew a line, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't, like, we can reflect back and say that's always been the case, always, right?
How so? Jewish Bible? Well, there's no Jewish Bible, and it doesn't have six genders. Those genders are. I know what you're referring to.
The
Are
Talmud.
you Jew, Risa? Because that's completely false. What that is about establishing family like relationships for inheritance. They're not genders.
They are
I
genders.
hear this all the time. That has nothing to do with
How
genders.
many
If you
how
actually
many
go,
genders are there in like indigenous cultures?
two, there's two genders.
No.
Can you point me to a third one?
Two-spirited?
Is that a third gender?
Yeah.
Or is that just a combination of the two genders?
What's intersex? What gender is that?
Intersex is a chromosomal anomaly.
What gender is it?
That it's it's not a third gender,
Okay.
is it?
No, it's not.
So then
It's
what
a
do you
third.
mean?
It's a different type of sex though. Is it male or female?
You'd have to, I guess you'd have to test and see
Oh,
which one
that's
it is,
weird.
which one's dominant.
That's weird.
Well, what gametes? It depends. What gametes do they have?
I don't know.
How many types of gametes are there, right? Two, right? So it just depends on what's dominant. Depends on the intersex condition.
So it's not called intergender. It's called intersex. Why is that?
Well, what do you mean? Why is that? Gender and sex are synonymous.
Okay.
They always have been, right?
You guys deny science. That's exactly that's
What
that's
science?
a
That's
perfect
why I'm
point.
asking. Point me to the science. You guys
Gender is
said
a social construct. We have
since when?
different societies across the world who have many different genders.
Like again, like what is? Point me to a third gender. That's an actual distinguished gender that actually exists. Because like
I don't
if
know.
you're saying if I call myself two spirit, I'm now a third gender. Like is that the argument?
Sure, it really doesn't bother me that much. I don't
No, it
care.
doesn't. But you're saying you care about science. Like I'm saying like
Hmm.
if I identify myself to be two spirit, am I now just this third gender?
Sure,
So that's it. So I'm a third gender now.
I guess so. Are you going to adhere to it for the rest of your life?
And you think this is scientific?
No, that's social.
We're talking about biology though. Biologically, am I a third gender?
You keep trying. That doesn't make sense. That's incoherent.
You brought up science. It
Yeah, I
does make
know.
sense. You
And
brought
you're
up
trying to
science.
say gender is biologic, and it's not.
Yeah, but it absolutely is. But you're trying
And
to
then you
say
keep
that
asking me
social
questions
science.
that
But you're
make it
saying that
synonymous.
essentially under your social science lens, anything I say or do is just malleable. So like it's like there's no you know what I'm saying? Like so it doesn't like I could say that I'm the 107th gendering, you'd have to accept it.
When you're
And you'd have to say
born,
that, oh, it's a social science.
is there such thing as a 1-year-old woman?
No, because a woman's an adult.
I thought things were synonymous.
There's 1-year-old females, there's 1-year-old girls, but a
Oh,
woman specifically woman is a measure of maturity, right?
so then it is a social thing because maturity is measured by social benchmarks, not by
No, there's
biologic.
biological characteristics for women.
And who determined those?
I mean, who determined them? I'd have to go look exactly, but
But
are
if
you
it was
saying that, like,
if it was a person or a group of people or a society, it'd be a social construct, right?
well, but you could say that for all of science.
In some countries, when you're 12 years old, you're a woman, huh?
Yeah, when you
So
menstruate, or
it differs depending on the region and the society you
right,
live
but then you
in,
could
right?
just say,
So it's a social
using your
construct.
logic, but using your logic, then all of science is a social construct because it's all dependent on individuals or societies. Like, can you name a piece of science that is not dependent on someone's ideas? Like, right?
Science is something that you can repeat, that you can get
Yeah, I
repeated,
understand.
you can get repeated results, right?
Okay.
So like if I go and I try to get the same result in India or in some southeastern or South Asian country, and I ask them, what age does someone become a woman? And they don't say 18 or 21. It's not scientific, is it? It's social.
Sure, but then you could use that argument. You're essentially doing the what's the phrase, like public opinion. Like, it's like,
Yeah,
if
it's called
any
a social construct. Yeah.
right, but then you're saying that science is then also socially constructed because it just depends. Like, if you go to, are you saying if I go to India, or what was the example you brought up? And I ask everyone if this 1-year-old is a woman, and they all say yes, then by your social science, then it is a woman, and
I'm
that's
not
it.
looking for someone to agree with me. I'm pointing to the fact that your results can vary. I'm not looking for them to agree with me to point out that I'm right. I'm looking at the fact that your results will vary based on the social constructs in place.
So what is not socially constructed, I guess, would be the easier question. Like, in your worldview, what is not socially constructed? Because it
Biology.
just seems to me that anything you say I can just say, oh, well, that's just socially constructed.
I feel like you're
Doesn't
still
matter.
missing what a social construct is, but okay.
No, I'm not. You're saying that depending on certain societies look at things differently.
Is 1
And because
plus
they look at
1
things
2
differently,
in every single society?
what's that?
Is 1 plus 1 2 in every single society?
I mean, I don't know.
That's
I've heard
science.
that that's racist.
That's
So
science.
it depends on who you ask. Like,
I don't
right?
get where you're going with that, but is that not the case? Can you tell me where that's not the case? A point, like a place on Earth, that's not the case.
I couldn't tell you, but that's kind of my whole point.
Okay, there you go. That's science. Things where you can get the same exact results over and over and over again.
But so then, okay, so then according to that logic, if I can go somewhere where 1 plus 1 is not equal to, or maybe they don't even have a concept of mathematics, then is that to be accepted? Is that true?
The nature of a social construct is something that we come up with. It's something that if the Earth were wiped out tomorrow and we
Uh-huh.
rebuilt everything, the things that would vary would be the social constructs. The things that would come back exactly the same with due time, such as science, physics, technology, those things are science. Those things are not social constructs.
So I guess, where is the line between science? I'm actually trying to understand your line between what is socially constructed and what is science.
I just explained. I don't know how else to explain it to you, honestly.
No, you explained it using math, but then, like, in non, I guess, like, what's the word? Like, I guess in the social sense, right? Like actual social issues. Like, where's the line, like, for example, like gender or sex? Like, where's the line drawn between science and social construct or social science?
I just told you. Were you tuned in?
I am tuned in, but I asked you if I go to somewhere where they say 1 plus 1 is 3, is that now just like, what do you have to say about that?
Here, Lainey, I'll let you have a crack at it.
Okay. So, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
All right. I couldn't hear myself for a second. So it sounds like you just want to know what's the difference between sex and gender.
No, we're debating
He's
like
conflating sex and gender, and I'm telling him gender's a social construct, and he's saying, well, then everything's a social construct. What's the difference between a social construct and a scientific fact?
So if sex and gender are always interchangeable, is a female giraffe a woman?
no, because a woman has to be human.
Okay, so then they're not the same word.
What do you mean not the
Like
same?
they don't have the same definitions.
A female giraffe is female.
No, I'm saying female
But her
and woman
gametes.
are not equal. They're different things.
But her gametes.
Well, yeah, that's my whole point. There's what are you saying, Pickles, with the gametes?
You're saying women have large gametes, right?
Okay.
If a giraffe has large gametes, is it a woman?
I'm saying it's a binary. It's two.
So it's not synonymous. They're different. We assign a role or we assign attributes as a society to a woman that a giraffe cannot have.
What I don't understand what you're saying.
What is a giraffe missing besides human DNA? When we want to call it a woman, what's the disqualifier?
Disqualifier for what? What it was being
A
disqualified?
giraffe being a woman.
It's not of the human species.
But it's,
Why does it? Why? So sex doesn't have to be human species, but gender does. So they're not synonymous. They have two different descriptions.
What are you saying that gender that in order to be a
I thought you said they're synonymous, and now they're not. We found a breaking point.
I'm saying that in English literature, gender and sex, I think gender, if I have to look it up, but I think it first appeared in English literature like in the 1500s, like in the 16th century, something around that. It was used synonymously all the way up until even when women in the US
They used to marry children too, but just because they used to do it doesn't make it correct, right?
Let's just establish it, right?
yeah.
I'm
Colloquially,
just trying to see what point you disagree.
colloquially, it is often used interchangeably, but sex refers to biological characteristics like chromosomes, hormones, anatomy, while gender encompasses like an internal sense of self as it relates to societal roles and expectations.
Right, and I'm just trying to establish that change came about pretty recently, even as
How
recent
recently?
well, from my understanding, even as recently as I forget the Supreme Court judge, but when they were I have to look up the case because I'm blanking on it right now. But
It's been
when
known
they
in
were arguing for
scientific
women's,
research since the 1950s. Like they
What's that?
started, it's been specified the difference in like psychological,
That's my whole point.
neurobiological
That's yeah.
research,
That's
things like that. How old are
okay.
you?
I'm 30. I'm 31.
Okay, so for your entire lifetime, we have known that there is a difference between sex and gender.
I mean,
For twice your entire lifetime.
so just because it's established in academia doesn't mean that it was accepted by the greater society.
Okay, well, catch up. Keep up
Keep up with what?
with science
What science?
and scientific understanding.
The scientific understanding says that sex is binary.
No, it doesn't. It says that it's a
It does.
bimodal distribution.
I mean,
Slightly
okay.
different thing.
Okay.
You
I
you
guess
just
if you wanna
literally
get caught up in
struggled with
rhetoric-
this when I brought up intersex people, and now you don't get it. You
I
don't
didn't
see
struggle
it.
with this.
You most certainly did,
How so? What did I say?
because you just admitted that intersex people can have traits of both sides, meaning it falls on the
never admitted
scale
that.
somewhere, and you're talking about making it adhere to whichever side it has the most of, which I don't
I'm
even
saying that
think
it
is
always
something
has a
you can
dominant.
measure. I don't even think that's
saying
something you
it's
can
a-
measure, bro.
I literally
hold
have a
on. I
person
never-
on. I literally have a person that comes on my panel all the time, right? And he is also a doctor, right?
Okay.
And he is trans. He's a trans man, but he was born mosaic, which means he had XX and XY chromosomes and was born with both like ambiguous genitalia and both sets of like reproductive organs.
And what was his dominant?
There was no dominance.
What did he pee out of?
His urethra, like everyone else.
Okay. So he didn't have a dominant. So he's just a a unicorn essentially.
They
No,
exist though,
it's a
right?
human being.
I
It's
guess
called
so,
a mosaic or
I guess.
chimera.
You guys like ignore the existence of an entire like group or area of people in the bimodal
whose
spectrum?
existence?
All
Whose
we're
existence
saying is that
are
there's
we
not a
ignoring?
brick wall between male and female, that there are people that sit in between, in the middle, in the distribution between the two.
Yes, there's. I mean, absolutely. In
Yeah.
all human DNA, there's variations.
hmm And
That
so we
doesn't.
should
But
be
that
able to
doesn't
allow
change
for
the.
those in our language and not have laws that are being passed that say those people don't exist.
But that it doesn't change the fact that it's a binary. Like if you're born with an extra,
Bimodal distribution. It's more accurate language.
again, like
Because binary is on off. Binary is night day, but we happen to know that
male
there is
female.
dusk and there is dawn.
Yeah.
But there are variations in between.
You can fall
Those
here,
exist.
you can
It's
fall here,
again-
you can fall here, you can fall here, you
Biology's
can
on
fall
a
here.
biology's on a dimmer switch, friend. It's not just a one or the
Again,
other.
binary, like even in just binary code, like zeros and ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like 0.4,
Is there-
there's 0.5.
Yeah, that's not biology. When we're
There's
talking
no
about
0.4
biology,
in
though, I don't
binary.
have
Biology is
that.
binary.
There is no 0.4 in binary. Binary can make 0.4, but there's no 4s in binary code, is there? So it's not binary, this is bimodal. It means you can go from 0 to 1, meaning 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4. It can be 0.1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It could be fucking point pi. It could be any of those.
I agree with you. What I'm saying is that the existence of an anomaly within a binary structure does not then
It breaks the
Like-
binary.
break
does.
the binary. No,
It breaks
doesn't.
it
Absolutely
entirely.
does.
No, they
Yeah.
still exist in a binary.
Just
All humans do.
definitionally, it does.
Literally,
That's why
if
it's more
there's
accurately
if there's
described as
more than a
binary
0
distribution.
and a 1, it is not binary, bro. I'm
Yep.
sorry, but you are breaking your own brain here trying to
No, it's not-
justify
it's not
your
breaking-
stance.
It's not breaking their own brain.
If you have
were,
a code and it's 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, point
and what if you
4,
accidentally
point
type in
4 in
0.2?
there makes it not binary anymore.
Right, but the 4 doesn't belong. It doesn't mean anything. Like
It's there.
What?
It doesn't
four-
belong.
the
So
four
you're
does
saying
not
intersex
work.
people don't belong. They shouldn't be
No,
in
that's
there.
not what. No, you're twisting.
That's
it.
what I
That
mean.
is not what I'm
Literally,
saying. No,
like,
what I'm saying is that
using the
it's a
analogy here.
No, what I'm saying is that in your chromosomes, it's an anomaly. It's not. It doesn't then
Exactly.
destroy.
And
the
call it
Yes,
whatever
and
you want.
People exist.
Call it whatever you want.
Atypically sometimes.
It can be as uncommon as you want it to be. They still exist. I'm so sorry this is happening
No,
to you.
I
Your
agree.
whole
I
side
agree they
is
exist.
basing this off of pseudoscience and bullshit.
No,
and
no, no,
if
no.
you
And
said
just
this to a
trying to, like,
doctor
put
who
blinders on.
specialized this,
I never.
he would
I
say
never
you're
said they
wrong.
didn't exist. I never said
He
they
would
didn't
say-
exist.
they
I'm
would
saying-
say
I'm
you are
saying that-
wrong.
No, hold on, but Pickles. I'm saying they exist within a binary.
No, they don't.
don't.
They do.
Oh, yay! And silico's
They
here.
exist.
Hello,
They
friends.
still exist and adhere
I'm gonna
to
mute
a
now.
binary. That's the whole. That's what I'm saying.
Let's listen to somebody who's actually studied this.
So,
How many more are you gonna bring
tell
up?
tell me one characteristic that exists in 100% of women.
They're human. They have DNA.
That
So do males.
differentiates them from men.
Just
Wait, wait,
women.
hold on.
I'm not.
There's
I'm,
a lot of
I'm
people talking
strictly.
at once.
I'm strictly to just women. So please don't give me a characteristic that also exists in pickles.
Wait. So what is the question? You're asking for a
One
characteristic
very specific characteristic that distinguishes women and that exists in 100% of women.
that exists in 100% of women.
Yes.
In other words,
Like-
a necessary characteristic to be a woman that all women have.
Like at the chromosomal level, or like what?
Any level.
Anywhere.
Make your bet. Come on.
I mean, I guess it would be the ability to. Well, that's the thing, though. Some women don't necessarily have like ovaries,
Dang.
uterus, or.
There you go.
Keep trying.
You've almost got it.
All right, let's think. I guess it would be like an anatomy. I would say
Which
that
part of the anatomy do you want to refer to?
I guess either reproductive or just, you know,
Which
Nope.
part? Which organ? Let's be specific.
yeah, I would say that ovaries, uterus, ability to produce eggs,
Okay,
stuff like that.
super. Let's start.
Generally
As soon
speaking.
as
You have
many
to be
many
specific.
people that are assigned female at birth do not possess ovaries. In fact, those
Right.
women do
Sure.
XO. So I said 100%. It's called some of those women have what's called Turner syndrome, which means that in order for them to have a healthy life, they do need HRT, the same kind of HRT that fenestrance takes, exactly the same. When we're
Sure.
talking about uterus, if they have MRKH syndrome, most of them do not develop a uterus. So
Sure.
uterus
So I
and
can agree.
uterus and ovaries are not a characteristic that exists in 100% of women.
Wait, but I can agree with you. That doesn't then destroy the binary. It still exists within a binary.
No. The
It's
moment
not-
the moment that you have, and I need to be quick because I need to, it's dinner time in here. The moment that you have one human being that does not belong to that specific set, you cease to have a binary. You have more you have more hexadecimal code in when we're talking about sex and gender than we have a binary. You have a multitude of spectrum in all of it.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because you're talking about an extra, what is it, the 23rd?
I just said that I need to go and have dinner, so be quick.
Okay, yeah. So let's say, so you're saying that how many types of humans are there? I guess
Infinite.
What do you define by type? When we're talking about characteristics, so for example, when we talk about characteristics, you think of me.
What's that?
If I said there's only blonde and brunette humans, you would say, hey, bullshit. There are people that have black hair.
Okay.
So the distribution of the colors of hairs is not a binary between blonde and brunette. It has multiple shades. You have redheads, you have black hair, you have a multitude of variations. The same thing happens with sex and gender.
Oh wait,
you don't have purely male or female. You don't have purely. Yes.
Question.
That's I need
I
to go
know.
quick.
Sorry. Real quick. So there's about as many redheads as there are people with intersex conditions, right? So we don't count.
In fact, there are more people with intersex conditions than there are redheads.
So we don't count redheads then, and they don't count, right?
It shouldn't even be an option on a descriptor at like your license.
I'll be back in just a bit, Pickles. If I see you guys back in here, I will be back. It's just that
Thank you.
I really need to have dinner right
Okay, go eat.
Love you. Love you, Definition. Love you, Pickles.
Yeah,
both
love you too. Super me.
So
this is a cultural war that the politicians are waging, and you're just choosing the losing side. Period. Point blank. No matter how many people agree with you, it's still wrong, and you're finding yourself unable to explain your position because it breaks the second you use binary, and there's an exception in binary. If I were to put a 4 in the middle of binary code, would my computer know what the fuck to do with it?
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah, so it's not binary, is it?
What do you mean? It is binary.
When there are exceptions, it's not binary, is it?
Exceptions to the rule don't destroy the rule.
Yes, they do.
No.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
It's just an aphorism. It doesn't mean anything. Like, it literally
How does it not mean anything? Okay, like a simple question then. Like, let's say these intersex conditions. Simple question for you. What does it change? Like, what is the third gamete? What is the fourth gamete? What
there doesn't need to be one.
Does it change the biology, the rules of biology?
No, but the rules of biology always have typical and atypical. Like that is something that you're wanting to leave out and speak in absolutes.
I'm not leaving it out. That's actually the whole premise of the argument.
So,
is
but
that
when
they
you
have
say
you just said
that when you say all women are blah blah blah, that's an absolute, right? You can say women typically have this, that, and the other thing, but that allows for the fact that there are going to be exceptions. Trans people fall within those exceptions. You
Right, but
cannot say that like
well,
all we allow for
I
all of
agree
these
with you.
exceptions, but like trans people break the rule and therefore they cannot exist.
No, I agree with you that they are the exception. That is what the chromosome, that's what the anomaly is. That is the exception. But it doesn't, the exception doesn't break the rule. That's my whole point. So I think we're actually like mostly in agreement
No, we're not.
because it's at the end of the day, like regardless of what intersex condition you have, like not you, but like you know, a person might have, um, it's still, they still, you know, they're still going to have a dominant, um,
No, they're not.
they are, they're going to,
They're going
they
to be
are going to
forced
have,
sometimes if they're a chimera, like my friends, the doctor that I spoke of earlier, right? If they have ambiguous genitalia, what happens is the doctor goes, "Well, we can steer them in one direction or another surgically and hormonally. Which would you prefer?" That's what happens. They literally transition them as before they even know what's going on.
they transition who?
The intersex child.
Well, I mean,
Typically, a lot of intersex children don't even know that they had that happen. They
no, I
find out
totally agree with
maybe
you,
as an adult.
but you would agree that a decision has to be made one way or the other, right?
Why?
On behalf of the child.
Why?
Well, because they have, they'll otherwise
Why
they'll
should it be
have,
made without their permission or consent
because they'll
or
have,
even knowledge of it happening?
because they'll have developmental issues, or they can have in some cases. I guess it depends on the case, but they can have developmental issues, right? If they're
Why
if
should
they
they not be allowed to make that determination when they're at least know language and are able to comprehend what, what choices they might have?
well,
In
isn't
many
the whole
cases,
thing
it's
the
in many
decision?
cases it's purely cosmetic.
Yeah, sure.
And
It might be
social.
purely cosmetic. So when at which point would you say that they have the ability to make that choice? You're saying that when they know language?
At least.
Okay, and if so, you're saying that in every case the parents shouldn't have, um, shouldn't be able to.
Unless there is a dire medical reason that it
Right,
needs to
but
happen, then they should
as-
be allowed.
so
Yeah.
assuming there is a dire medical reason, would then that
In
would
that
be
case,
fine?
they save the life of the child.
So then
Obviously.
so then what's the problem? I
But
don't
in many
understand.
cases, it is literally done just to have them fit in socially rather than teaching people about these conditions and reducing the stigma, the social stigma of being intersex.
I
For
mean,
social reasons.
Same goes for trans people, right? Like, wouldn't all of this be much better if we just reduced the social stigma of being trans and allowed trans people to just exist and stop demonizing them?
well, again, I don't think it's. I think it's interesting that you bring up like demonizing them. I don't think it's about demonizing them. It's claims on the ideology, not
There is no ideology.
there.
We're
There
just
absolutely
people.
is.
We're just people. If there's an ideology, why don't I know it? I'm a trans person.
Well, you do know it. I believe that's what you'd subscribe to, from what I understand.
And what I subscribe to is exactly what I just said. That like we should reduce the
Like,
stigma around it because we are just literally trying to survive here.
well, here I'll ask you a simple
We did not
question.
have an agenda. Trans people were not asking to use
No,
the
that's not what I'm
spaces
saying.
they were already using. Like none of this. This was all brought on in 2015 by right-wing think tanks.
No, it wasn't.
It absolutely fucking was. It
The right
absolutely
wing
was. We have seen their emails.
That's not true. The
Okay,
the right.
where'd it
It's
come
an
from?
easy response to the push of the ideology, which is completely
Wrong.
incoherent.
Wrong.
How am I wrong?
It's only incoherent if you lack the ability to comprehend things,
What?
right?
Wait. Hold on. So let me ask you about this. So what the premise of the gay rights movement was that individuals cannot, obviously control their sexual preference. It's something that you're born with.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with that? And therefore
Yes.
okay. So then how on the other side of that can I now just identify as any gender or any if I say, like, I asked Pickles this earlier, like, if I say I'm two spirit, like, am I now a third gender? Am I now two spirit?
Are you indigenous?
Indigenous to what?
Are you indigenous to Turtle Island? Are you connected to your tribe?
No. But
Then no, you
what
can't
if
be
I'm
Two
in, so
Spirit.
if I'm
Two
in,
Spirit is a cultural designation
wait. So only if you're indigenous can you claim two spirit?
yes,
How's that?
because it is a closed cultural practice.
I mean, that's interesting. So I just have no access to it because I'm not of that culture.
You're not indigenous. You
Well,
can't.
indigenous to what?
What?
Like what if
You
my
also
indigenous?
can't be the emperor of fucking China. Like, what the fuck?
Well, what I'm not, it's not a position of power that I'm seeking here though.
I'm just saying that, like, you're not a part of that culture. Like, what the hell are you talking about? And
Well, I'm
also, being trans is not just claiming something, it's realizing something. It's realizing the discomfort that you've had for your entire fucking life.
but it's malleable, right? Or no? Like
What
if
do you
I
mean it's
decide, like, can a
malleable?
trans person one day identify with certain pronouns and identify as a certain, um, like, let's say, a trans person can identify as like a male one day, and then the next day if they identify as a female, is that,
You can identify with masculinity or with femininity. You don't identify as a sex.
do they,
That's not how
do
it
you
works.
not?
The sex is your sex. So the sex can be changed, right? You
Right,
can
okay, but you'd
change your
identify with a
phenotypes.
gender. But
But
if
you
is
but you are a gender. Like, that's how gender works. You are a gender. You
right, but
recognize
is
your
it
gender.
malleable or not? That's what I'm asking you.
Sometimes it might take you a bit of time to nail it down because we don't live in a society that allows people to explore that freely. And so, therefore, you might make an assumption based on, like, early on in my transition, I knew I wasn't a man. Like, when I first, like, realized what was going on with me and that I had gender dysphoria and stuff, well, I know I'm not a man, right? I know I'm not a
Mhm.
man.
Sure.
And so at the time, I didn't really understand non binary identities. And so I assumed I was a woman, right?
Like,
Because that's how I grew up. I'm old, I'm 49, all right?
sure.
But as I became aware of what being non binary was, that felt more like me, right? That made more sense to me. And so I shifted a little bit in how I described myself because it was more accurate. In the same way that when we understand that something is not actually binary, it's more of a bimodal distribution, we shift our language to be more accurate. So
Right.
that might be what you're seeing. It is not that my gender changed, it was that I became more acutely aware of the terminology to describe it.
Right. And if you change, if you were to, I guess, for whatever reason, change your mind on that again, like, the point is that it is malleable, correct?
I can get more accurate. It is not that I'm changing anything.
Well, what if there was an individual that was, which, I mean, there is, but, like, I'm just saying, like, what if there was individuals that were changing that more consistently? Like, maybe sometimes they identify as non-binary and sometimes they identify as male or female or whatever it might be. Is that
Well, what you would be seeing is somebody maybe who is gender fluid. So their gender is gender fluid, right? So it means that sometimes they're going to maybe express their gender, like, so their outward expression is going to be more masculine or sometimes maybe more androgynous, something like that. And so, like, depending on the day, they may express their gender fluid gender as more masculine, or sometimes they may express their gender fluid gender more androgynously. You see? So it's like the gender never changes, the expression can change because you literally could express your man gender however the fuck you want.
yeah, but then this is just, I fail to see the difference between then gender and just personality types, like, or just personality traits, because it's like,
Is
yeah,
there
I might have some traditionally feminine characteristics that doesn't change. Like, I do still have an immutable characteristics, which is my sex.
Curiosity.
No, your
Your
sex, your phenotypic sex is mutable. I'm proof of that.
100%. And also, before we get past this point, because you just hold on, please. You said that your personality and your gender are essentially synonymous, which is not the words you used, but you
I
said.
didn't say that. I said the opposite.
It's not the words.
I
It's not
said
the words. Wait. Hold on. You said, yeah. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Pickles or Laney, but you said, I don't understand how someone's gender identity is different than like their personality. And so I'm going to ask you, right? And so I'm going to ask you, is your personality man?
no, but I'm saying personality traits. Like, no, my personality is not man. But I'm just saying that but you're kind of doing this reduction thing here, where it's like, I'm not like a personality trait isn't man. I'm saying personality traits that are associated with masculine or feminine characteristics. I'm not saying that like my personality is man. That would be that doesn't even make sense.
Well, I wasn't reducing, I was clarifying. So if that's what you're saying, then say that, but that wasn't a reduction. That's just not what you originally said.
It was what I was saying. I said I don't understand how, if I have, as a man, like if my biological sex is man, and I might showcase some characteristics that are traditionally like associated with the feminine, that doesn't change my my sex or my biology, right?
Your biological gender is not man. Your biological sex might be male, but it doesn't mean that your biological gender is not man. Like Pickles has wrote it up on the background to make it easy visually. Sex and gender are not synonymous.
I mean,
Laney has already, yeah,
that's
and
at the root
Laney's
of the debate, though, right? Like,
and
Laney
that's
what you
has,
guys believe. I mean,
okay.
You just admitted that you wouldn't call a female giraffe a woman, so obviously they're not synonymous, because we would just be able to interchange the two, and you can't, so there's rules for each one, right?
And Laney, we discussed this like in depth because I was listening to Laney tell you how.
Hold on, but
can you
I just wanna
answer
respond
that
to
question?
Pickles.
There are
Yeah,
different rules
I
for
do
each
wanna answer
one.
it. Yeah, so I'll answer it right now. Like, the reason we don't call giraffe a woman is because the word woman itself implies human.
Got it. So there's different, right, there's a difference. You just gave a separate descriptor to the gender, and it doesn't apply to the sex.
Woman is not inherently. What do you mean?
You just gave an extra rule to the gender side that doesn't apply to the sex side. So they're not synonymous, are they?
So you're saying
that's just like saying chrome and silver are the same. They might be kind of similar, but it's not the same.
But again, like the word woman refers to, like, you're saying a word that refers to the human species, not necessarily being used.
Exactly. You just keep adding descriptors, and you're not seeing the plot. You just keep adding descriptors that apply to only one side, aren't you?
No, I'm addressing. The
you
point
literally just did. You're lying when you just said no. You did. You were adding a descriptor to woman, and you're just giving me more descriptors. That's all you're doing.
Look, what's the word for like a young cow, like a female cow? What is it called? Like, I would never describe a woman
fold
like a
or
human
calf.
Yeah, I would never describe a human girl, like a girl.
Exactly.
As a calf,
exactly.
But is a calf a gender?
You just keep adding to it.
No, it's not adding. It's looking
no,
at it
because animals don't have gender, like social gender. Hold on, because animals don't have socially constructed gender roles and socially constructed gender like all these things that fall underneath all these fucking expectations of each categorized gender.
And also both male and female young bovines are called calves.
Male and female what?
Bovine are called calf.
Like both sides, both sexes.
Oh, but there's certain
calf.
There's certain words. I don't want to say the word because it's derogatory, but like a female dog. Like let's just there's female
heifer,
animals.
There's heifers and bull, heifer calf and a bull calf.
Okay, sure. Yes, heifer then. Like, you wouldn't use that word to describe a young girl. the same way you wouldn't use a
I mean, a
woman
lot
to
of men
And you
describe.
just keep
describe
and you just
women as
keep
heifers,
explaining
but
why we're right and you're wrong. Yes, you just keep
No,
adding
I'm
to
saying
it.
that
Yes.
you're playing a retort, like you're playing like a semantic game here
We are
that has
literally
nothing to do with
talking
the
about the description
conversation.
of words. You can't say this is too semantic when
You're
we are
assuming,
splitting
but
hairs on the meaning of words.
I'm not splitting hair. You're assuming that woman, like because you can't use woman as a giraffe, that somehow like proves your point. But I'm just
It
saying that's a complete
absolutely,
fallacy.
it
No, it
absolutely
doesn't.
does, and it
No,
draws.
because
It means it
woman is a
makes them
word.
asymmetrical, doesn't it?
No, because woman is not necessarily like a gender identity. It's only attributable to humans. The same
Exactly.
way that that a
Exactly.
heifer,
Exactly.
it's the same way that a heifer is only attributable to animals. Like
Exactly.
that,
Thank you.
but that has nothing to do with sex and gender. That's
You
a
just
completely
broke
different.
the symmetry. So thank you.
No, dude, that's a completely that those are
Yes.
just words.
What you just said actually only helps our argument. Literally every single thing you just said. Congratulations.
what are
helps
the
us.
what are the social norms of a heifer? Like what are
How,
the
like,
what are the gender roles and expressions of a heifer?
You'd have to ask them. I don't know. I haven't spent too much time with them.
Yeah,
Like
it's
I don't.
they
What are you
don't
getting at?
have
I'm
any.
just saying that.
because it again, like that is really like literally just means that like they haven't given birth yet. They're called heifers, right? Like so.
Okay, yeah. So
So
they
again, that's more related to their biology than some sort of social construct of cows, right? So, but with humans, we are talking about like again, we colloquially use gender, and I think this is why people are so confused by this. And I want to start referring to your gender identity as your neurological sex because that is where it's located, right? Is in the brain. But the gender roles and expectations; those are, as Pickles said very long ago, are socially constructed, right? And they change based on what culture you are in, what society you're in, and the era, right? Like 40,
sure.
50 years ago, it would not be socially acceptable for men to wear earrings, right? Because that's for
Yeah,
women.
I mean it
At
depends
one
where you
time,
are.
it was not socially acceptable for women to wear pants, right?
Sure. Yeah, it depends
Right, because
where you are.
that's for men, and you can't break these rules, right? But these rules are stupid. They're dumb. We made them up.
Well, I wouldn't say they're stupid. I think
They are
there's
stupid because at one point in time, colors used to be swapped. Pink used to be a masculine color. Blue
it still is.
I don't think that colors are masculine at all, or feminine. I think that colors are fucking colors. But yeah, so what I'm saying is the socially, the assigned gender for each color has fucking like fluctuated back and forth. Like so now, pink is. I mean, you can't even be disingenuous because although I dislike gender reveal parties, that's my personal feeling about that. We see that pink is released for, oh, it's going to be a girl, and blue is released for, oh, it's going to be a boy. So yeah, I agree that men can wear pink, but don't be disingenuous or bad faith.
And
about
don't
it.
act like if you wore pink that like your MAGA bros wouldn't be like, yo, bro, what the fuck are you wearing pink for? You know what I'm saying?
Dude,
Like,
If you
MAGA
dyed your
bros
hair
love-
blue,
Wait. MAGA bros love pink. Like, what are you saying?
okay, well, there's more
Okay.
extreme versions of it.
Sure.
There are things that used to have nothing to do. Like if you wore a wig, like you would obviously be the biggest panoosh on the block, and then back in the day, if you wore a wig, you were a person of high society. You were the man. You were the shit.
What is it? Okay, like, what does this all have to do with?
What I'm saying is
They
that
are
like,
social
all of this
constructs.
is-
Humans
they-
express themselves differently throughout time and culture. I
Yeah.
totally agree with you.
and there is like a demarcation very often between the genders when it comes to that, right? And when
Yeah,
someone breaks
absolutely.
when someone breaks those rules, it is seen as taboo.
Disagree. I think it's actually
Oh, it's
celebrated.
never happened that someone like breaks the gender expectations and then gets made fun of or harmed.
That's the whole fashion industry would disagree with you. Dating
You're
back
just
to
being obtuse if you're
I'm not.
acting
It's not
like
obtuse. Like if
if
you go
you're
to
acting
Paris or the
d-
U.S., if
every
you go to
like
Miami,
every single day. I have friends on here who host lives, and there are men on the left. Even like my friend Gunny, who is an ex Navy Marine, I forget, but he's jacked, big giant dude, and he has painted nails. Do you
uh-huh.
know like 5 times every like half hour, somebody will come into the chat and be like, "Man with painted nails, opinion discarded," like blah blah blah. Like,
Okay.
so you trying to say that that doesn't happen? That
I'm
I'm
not
not
saying it
seeing what
happens.
I'm
I'm
seeing with
saying,
my own eyes?
hold on. I'm not saying that doesn't happen. I'm saying the opposite also happens. My sister used to paint my nails, and my guy friends used to think it was cute.
So
Like whatever.
you're admitting there are different reactions to
I'm
this, but mostly you're saying that those are like exceptions to the norm. Like some guys would be accepting of those things, but it's very likely, especially maybe 10 years ago and beyond, if you painted your nails as a dude, you would get the same reaction as the one you saw in that famous video from that pastor saying he wanted to break some kid's hands or his fingers because he saw him with painted nails. That is a thing. It is a social construct, and to tie it back together, yes, we make these things up, bro, and it depends on the time and the place.
So again, like I haven't disagreed with any of that. Like that is not at the root of like the whole argument was really just about like the biological kind of relationship to gender. That's
Yes.
what and
It's
now we're just going into like
correlated.
cultural norms
It's
and stuff.
correlated. It's correlated. It's not like absolutely intrinsically linked. Go ahead, Dr. Chase.
So if you break this down, just break it a little apart here, we don't use the terms man and woman in hard sciences for a reason. We apply there, that's something we look at in soft sciences and occasionally in a tertiary science.
Sure.
We use male and female when we're talking about hard sciences. So physics, chemistry, and then as we move into biology, it's a tertiary science. But the softer sciences, we use man and woman. There's a reason for that. We're talking about in those softer sciences, which soft sciences where we use man and woman? Psychology and sociology. Why? Because those are about mental state, about an emotional state, and it's not about physicality or the genetics. That's intent because we want to show that those things are indicative of what it means to be human as opposed to an animal who doesn't have those personality traits. Does that make sense?
I think I follow what you're trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why we make that distinction. It's because sex is hardlined, okay, in your genetic code, whereas gender can be influenced by physical stuff, can be influenced by environmental things. There are way too
Can I ask
many
you?
factors with gender than there is with sex.
So you're saying you guys are saying sex is hardline. Does sex inform gender at all? If so, to what
No,
degree?
I didn't hear. Hold on. Did maybe I'm getting that wrong. You're saying, Dr. Jason, when did you say sex is hardlined?
It's embedded, so sex would be embedded in your genetics. So it doesn't, when we write down someone's sex, if we write XX, XY, XXX, XXY, XYY, whatever it happens to be, and we put a comma after it and the number of chromosomes they have, and then sometimes when it becomes necessary, we would write comma and then write male or write female. And when we demark that for a reason.
So okay, so we're talking about specifically like chromosome, like the sex characteristic that is the chromosomes, right?
Yes,
Yeah, but
okay.
it's
so
immutable.
Dr. Jace,
Yeah.
let me ask you then. Does what was the question? Does sex inform gender, and if so, to what degree?
So sex can inform gender, and it would depend on the individual. I mean, how it's expressed. You're looking at like if you grow up in a household where you are continually demeaned for having a particular set of genitals, then that would over inform your gender and be overly suppress any sexual characteristic you had that was genetic. But if it's not suppressed that way, then it would manifest in a very different situation. So you can't come at gender and make it just entirely about sex, because there are way too many variables that inform gender as opposed to sex.
And would you say sex is binary?
Would I say sex is that? Well, no, not necessarily. I would say that it is, in most cases, it would be considered binary, only because we've created that. But if we were to be entirely honest, if we had in the very early forms of science, if we had had the ability to do X, 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 Y, if we had been able to see all of those things, it is very likely that we would have had other words involved, because humans labeled things based solely on what they could see physically. So that's been developing for centuries upon centuries. If we had had the ability to recognize all of these other sexes, all of those other chromosome sets, we would have likely had different words, and we would have seen the bimodal spectrum.
But we did have different words in many cultures.
Wait, can I add, Super, before you get carried away, because I want to add, this is like really important, I think, like to clarify too further what Dr. Jace is saying. We don't, do you know what the word karyotyping is? I know you've been in other lives. Do you know what karyotyping is?
Like if you told me to say a definition, I might.
It's okay. No, I'm not like, I don't expect the average person to know what karyotyping is. I'm just asking. But for everybody listening, karyotyping is how we determine somebody's chromosomes. It's a test that we do, and it can be performed in different ways to determine what someone's chromosomes are. We do not karyotype babies when they're born. We just don't. And that is one of the reasons why societally chromosomes, or like that sex characteristic, is considered more binary, because the most prominently discovered chromosome combinations are XX and XY. However, there are intersex conditions, which differences in sexual development is a more appropriate way of saying it. Same. And so there are different types of differences in sexual development. Like there's chromosomal, which is what we're talking about now. There's phenotypical. There's hormonal. And so why there is not more of that spectrum that we see. We've discovered 16 different combinations of chromosomes besides XX and XY, and it's expensive to karyotype people. And there's not a need other than for the like advancement of like studying science and medicine, unless a person has a medical necessity for it, which is why we don't have the amount of studying that I wish we did, the amount of research that I wish we did. But thus far, the population that we have been able to karyotype because of a medical necessity has caused us to learn that at least as many people that are intersex exist as there are redheaded people. And that's without karyotyping everybody in the world. Now imagine if we could karyotype everyone. In America, it costs somewhere between $10,000 and $15,000 to be karyotyped. And then if you don't have good insurance, that shit's even worse. So that's why, if that helps sex and like a chromosome capacity, I would consider it more of a spectrum if we're going to be totally honest, because yes, there is XX on one side and XY on the other. And then there are variants of intersex like chromosome combinations in between. So it would be more, it's not bimodal. It's just socially constructed that way, as Dr. Jace was saying.
But the entire, I mean, you could say that the entire human DNA, like, because I think the sex one is the 23rd, right, chromosome or something, or the 23rd pair.
Yes.
Like if you have an extra chromosome on the 21st, right? You have Down syndrome. Like that doesn't. There's still only one type of human. Like it's still
What?
human. It doesn't call into
Why are you
question
bringing
that.
up? Wait, hold
Well,
on.
because
Sorry,
this
you
is
lost
the
me.
whole
Why did you just bring up
premise.
Down syndrome?
It's just an example of an extra chromosome on a
We're
different
not
number.
saying that there's more than one type of genus or species of human.
Yeah.
That exact. That's my whole point. The same way you wouldn't say that there's anything outside of the binary. Like it doesn't. Like
You are
that's
not
what I'm
tying those
saying,
two
that
together very well. I don't see the.
I'm trying. Well, hear me out at least. I'm trying to say that the sex binary exists, and exceptions to that do not break it. Like it still exists within a binary.
Do people with Down syndrome exist?
Absolutely, yeah.
Are they valid for their existence just because they exist?
Yes.
Are they
I'm just saying
equally
that
as
it doesn't.
important? Are they equally as important, and do they deserve to be treated with respect, and do they deserve the same human rights that we do?
Yes, that's my whole point. Is that it doesn't.
Then why
it
do you
doesn't
have a
now.
problem first of all, just to conflate the two is actually
No,
gross. I have to say
it's
that
not.
honestly. I'm gonna
It's
say
an
that right
extra
now.
chromosome
But
on
but
a
just
on a
to
pair.
just to carry just to carry on this really gross take, in my opinion. Why is it that you're up here spending, and I've seen multiple people say that you've floated around in other lives, and I'm hoping that you're learning.
I'm a lurker.
But why would you validate one group of people that I 1000% agree deserve the same rights and they're no less human than anybody else? Why are you spending time dehumanizing another group of people?
Eli, my whole point, you're missing the entire premise of my point, is that the addition of a chromosome, like an additional chromosome on any part of the human genetic code, does not then call into question whether or not they exist outside of that category. So, for example, why you?
I do.
Huh?
I exist.
Yeah.
I
Remember
exist
that-
outside the category.
Remember that doctor I was telling you about?
Uh-huh.
Meet Dr. Jace.
Oh wow, plot twist.
Yeah, I'm XXXY. I would literally be the hardline middle. So
Then you'd be the perfect person.
I'm the exception that proves the rule here.
Perfect. So you'd be the perfect person to ask what what was your? I mean, I don't want to overstep, so like obviously
You're
feel free
fine.
to say
You can't ask me anything that I haven't already been asked. You go ahead.
What was there?
I don't want to this isn't me offering praise by any means, but I do want to highlight when healthy habits are being enacted upon. And so the fact that you did pause and consider that, oh wait, maybe this might be intrusive, let me make sure that I have consent to ask this question, folks, that is the appropriate way to go about having these conversations. So yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm really not trying to be disrespectful. I'm actually just curious, when you lived your experience, did you have any dominant, or what was your experience like? I guess let me just start off by asking that.
Okay, so this
in terms of genetics,
right? So I was born with ambiguous genitalia, and I have both sets were developed of all the reproductive organs. My parents chose my phenotype when I was 2, and there were a series of surgeries that happened to make me physically presenting as masculine. I did not find out until I was 28 that I had ovaries and endometrial tissue and the remnants of a uterus. So my experience throughout life, as far as how I looked, was male. However, when I was 14 years old, I began to have regular bleeding, mood swings, and this, when I say bleeding, I mean rectally. Severe mood swings. I started to produce breast tissue, and so I didn't know what was going on with my body, because there was no reason that should be happening to me, because I was, physically presenting as male. And so I went to the doctor, and they were like, "Oh, you don't have enough testosterone, you have too much estrogen." And I was like, "What the hell is going on?" And so we made some adjustments then. Flash forward several years later, when I found out that I had ovaries. The reason that I was having the monthly bleeding and the cramps and the mood swings is because my body was literally producing estrogen. And when you have endometrial tissue, it can attach anywhere. Like it can get into your bloodstream and go inside your nose and your brain and your ears, whatever. And anytime your estrogen level goes up, your endometrial tissue will swell. And when it swells, it bleeds. So that is what happened to me. I had endometrial tissue attached to my rectum, and every time my estrogen levels would go up, I would bleed rectally for that reason. So I was literally having a period.
Do you know why your parents made that decision, and was there any regret, or like?
Such an important topic. This is such an important topic. I also like, if you don't mind, I'm open to sharing my story as well. But I want Dr. Jace to, I want us to both be able to speak on this, because I think this is something that doesn't get talked about enough. And Dr. Jace, thank you so much for being willing to share. I appreciate you.
Sure. My parents made the choice because my dad wanted a son. That was literally his only reason.
Okay.
Flash forward to years later, after I found out and I confronted them, and I had ultrasound in hand, they still to this day deny that they did this when I have the literal medical records to prove it. Because I grew up in a time and a place where you simply just didn't discuss things like that, and
Sure.
they're just hardcore. This is not happening. But when my dad got upset, because I am married to a man, I just grew up as a gay man. When I married a man, my dad had the hardest time with it. I mean, and you would not believe that I could just story after story about how the way he treated me because of it, up to physical and emotional abuse. And when he finally he complained about it so much, and I finally just said to him, I said, well, if you had chosen to make me a woman instead of a man, or if you had chosen to make me male instead of female, think about it this way. And this was before I knew what I know now. Maybe I wouldn't have been gay, which is absolutely not necessarily the case. We have no way of knowing without going back in time and reliving if that would actually be true. But I was just using it kind of to push his buttons the way he had pushed mine for all those years. And he did express regret for having made that choice, but not the regret that I think he should have had. The regret should have been just letting me live my life and then letting it unfold on its own. That's what should have happened. But what he actually did was make a choice. And what he was regretting me being gay as opposed to what he should have regretted. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, I follow.
Okay. And that's kind of where I love who I am. Despite the hardships that I have faced growing up intersex and gay, I wouldn't change that necessarily, except to say that I wish society had been more accepting of people who are different. My life would have been different if society had treated me better. It had nothing to do with who I was, with the way they treated me.
Got it. No, thanks for sharing.
I want to expand, if that's all right. So there's other conditions, like for me, I was born. Okay, so actually, I want to highlight something Dr. Jace said. Dr. Jace, you were 28, you said, when you found out about your intersex condition?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so for me, I have not been karyotyped, and I would like to be, but again, it's expensive, because going through puberty was weird for me, because I developed phenotypical characteristics that align with being assigned female at birth. However, when I went through puberty, I grew body hair in parts that other people assigned female at birth around me were not growing body hair, and continue to do that, and through the course of my life. And I'm talking about, unfortunately, not as much on my face as I wish, and unfortunately that stopped as I've gotten older. It's mainly on my breast tissue. I have body hair, like on my stomach, on my chest, like above my breast tissue. And when I was going through puberty, it was enough that made me feel societally very uncomfortable in a bathing suit, because as much as I knew that I was not what I was being socialized to be, I didn't have any role models or any examples. And I had everyone around me telling me, you're not what you think you are. You are you are in fact what we're telling you are. I have the testosterone levels of, the first time that I had my testosterone checked was in my late teens, was like 19 years old. And then carried on having those testosterone tests done into my early 20s. It wasn't until I was 26 that I was finally given, referred to like an endocrinologist, referred to a neurologist, referred to all different specialists. And that's in my early 20s is when I learned about, why puberty was a interesting experience for me. Why, and for me, I'm grateful because I'm a trans man. So I want more testosterone. Unfortunately, I don't have enough to make my voice as low as I wish that it was currently, but I will be soon. Why did I bring up this though? It's because typically many intersex folks and people with differences in sexual development don't find out about these conditions until they're usually around their early 20s, sometimes into their 30s. And the reason is because usually it takes some sort of medical like an atypical medical finding or something that somebody's experiencing before they end up having to go to a doctor for that to be discovered. And that's like super common. And what I wanted to highlight here additionally, you asked a really important question, and that was, so like how Dr. Jace just explained, like my parents chose my phenotype for me. My parents chose this for me. My parents chose this, and that is actively still occurring to this day. The United Nations has published documents about it and advised against it. If you go to healthlaw.org, there's a study and a bunch of information that was posted in 2021 that I could share as well. But the reason why this is honestly egregious, first of all, you're taking the consent away from someone. They like, how do you choose something for somebody else? Why are we determining something for someone about their body? Why are we doing these invasive procedures? And just to like, give you an idea of the type of procedures that can be performed really quick are like, you can have certain procedures to change or reduce the size of a, I don't want to say, can I say anatomy? Is that a problem? Do you think TikTok will be mad?
I'll do it for you. Are you talking about the change of the size of the clitoris?
Yeah, and I don't mind saying it either. I just wanted to respect the live, you know.
Oh yeah, it's fine.
But yes, there's a changing positioning of functioning urethra, but just for the sake of physical appearance, changing labial tissue, changing all sorts of different things, like, and then you'll hear these people that have these surgeries, they could have been raised to be like happy and in love with their own bodies. They like learn that there's nothing wrong with their body, and then give them that opportunity to decide what they want to do with their body when they get old enough to determine that, you know. And then we learned that a lot of studies have shown that it's actually harmful and causes, Dr. Jace being a perfect example of that danger that it puts folks in. Because then they, like a lot of us go through like this lifelong journey of figuring out, okay, now we have to play catch up. A lot of people have to be put on like permanent hormone therapy like to replace, yeah, exactly. To replace, so it was same actually, the treatment that they tried to give me was hormones, but that's, I needed the opposite hormone than what they were trying to give me. And that's another social construct to try and keep me in line with being assigned female at birth. But yeah, so that all that to say, the one reason why I think this needs to be talked about so much is because what do you hear about trans people wanting to do to children all the time? A really egregious word called mutilate children's bodies. It is disturbing that that word is used on us when nobody in the trans community is advocating to mutilate a human's body. And when that is used against us, especially coming from an oppressor who is actively engaging in that behavior, it's really, in my opinion, so important to highlight because we actually do care about children. Yeah, so that's what I kind of wanted to say.
Let me offer this too with regard to children. In my case, well, anytime we have an intersex individual that's outwardly exhibiting signs of both genders and both sexes, because I want to make sure we're separating those two. That we should be listening to the individual. As a physician, I constantly say this to parents: let your children speak. Let your children speak. It's not okay. It's okay for them to be there, but when I ask a question of a child, I need the child to answer, because the adult, the person that's not the patient, isn't living the experience. So when a child says my stomach hurts and I say point to it, and mom is pointing to the belly button when the pain is actually under the breastbone, because the kid's not going to know all the different parts of their internal anatomy. That's two different areas of the body, and I'm going to be looking in the wrong space if mom is answering. So we need to be asking the child. And children become gender aware between the ages of 3 and 7 as they enter the anal and phallic stages of psychosexual development. So when they become gender aware and they start saying, hey, my genitals aren't lining up with my brain, we need to be paying attention. And for intersex kids in particular, if we were to allow them to make this choice, then we could start helping them with hormone therapy and puberty blockers at a much earlier age. And then when they got closer into their teenage years, before they finished developing, that would be a situation where beginning surgical alterations early on would be important, and the patient, the child, would then be able to be involved in the decision making, because they would know better than anybody which side of the spectrum they want their body to fall on.
If at all.
Right. It's not even really necessary if they don't think they would ever want to have most intersex people would not be able to have children. Some of us can, but not for most cannot.
Yeah. I was determined infertile and completely unable to bear. Not that I want. It actually, I don't mind answering questions like this, but because I am trans, it does cause me personally dysphoria, and that doesn't mean that others. It causes everyone dysphoria, but that I'm willing to talk about it regardless. But I was told in my early 20s, yeah, you won't be having kids. You will not birth children. And fortunately for me, I don't want to, and nor it doesn't feel like my body, I was born in the correct phenotypical presentation of my body anyways. So yeah.
And Super Meep, I would just encourage you to maybe go find some actual scientists that comes out that would have alternative things to say about this. I've never really heard any scientists come out and say that there's some that any of this is not true, or there's an alternate side to this, there's a differing opinion. This is all just people knowing way more than the dumb gum flapping of the politicians that try to excite people with phrases such as there are only two genders. That is in all fact, in all reality, completely untrue. It is incoherent, is antithetical to science, and is just something that you can repeat without being able to reason with. Like that is not true. And the legislation that they introduced to do this also is incoherent and made all of us female.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. They did mess that up.
Oh, and this is important. I say this almost every single time I talk about this. These discussions about sex assigned at birth, phenotypical presentation, certain characteristics, right? They don't just harm trans people, they harm cisgender people. And obviously it's going to be disproportionately harming both trans people and I don't know if this is obvious or not, but cisgender Black women, because of the hypermasculinization, like based on social constructs of Black women. So I think it's always something that if you want to learn more about that, I highly implore you to look it up, do that labor, do that research. But I think it's always worth mentioning that this type language that we use to sit and argue someone's sex in alignment with their gender always brings up the secondary, tertiary, and so on discussions that are harmful to far more than just trans people.
All right. I don't want to keep beating this with a dead horse. Super Meep, if you have anything else you want to add or ask, let's do it. If not, we've had you up for about an hour and we're kind of losing the interest of the people watching. So I think we've really covered this pretty well.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. It was fun. There's always more to add, but next time.
Fun is not the term I would have used, but okay.
Not fun for us.
It's not fun
Sure
to
as
sit
fuck
here and
isn't.
Wait, how is it not? How is it not
we're
fun?
arguing our existence every single day right now.
Yeah,
I
ask
literally have
Jace
to
how
make
it.
it my job to debunk misinformation.
Honestly,
to
ask any
protect
of
my
these
community.
ask any of these people how easy it is to get a passport right now.
Oh, also, just on this little self promo. Speaking of advocating for ourselves and for our rights and our existence every day. For those of you who don't know me, I am an active duty service member. I have served for 13 years. I am 32 years old, and I am trans. I just posted a video. I would be very, very grateful, not for myself. I don't really give a shit, but my platform is not my platform anymore. It is our platform, and I'm speaking to all marginalized communities. It's what I'm going to be using my platform to move forward with, but specifically highlighting trans service members, trans military members right now. We need your support. We need your help. And so I'm going to be posting more follow-up information. I'm going to be hosting a lot of lives that are going to be ran by other marginalized communities and using my platform as a vehicle, as a vector of means to get that information out there. But yeah, super. Dr. Jace, Lainey, myself are three people who are on this app and out in real life every single day, advocating not just for trans rights, arguing for our existence, but advocating for the rights of everyone, because people are actively stripping our rights away. And so, no, it's not fun. I wish that we weren't being politicized. I wish people would just get trans people and BIPOC individuals and indigenous. I wish they would get us out of their fucking mouths and the only time they talk about us is to be supportive and ask how they can help us. But that's just not the case. So no, this isn't fun. This is a nightmare.
Look, just to be clear, I was just saying it was like fun in the sense like it was nice talking to you guys. I'm not trying to make it like all political and all this crazy thing. Like, I'm not trying to offend anyone. I'm just saying it was an enjoyable conversation. That's all I was trying to say. Obviously, there's a lot. Like we could spend all day on this, but
Yeah. Well,
I'm
what we're
happy to
trying,
drop as well.
what we're just trying to point out is that like this isn't enjoyable for us. This is necessary for us, and that's the difference. You get what we're saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean,
Okay.
I agree that it's been over politicized, and I think that it's not been particularly positive for anybody. But
It was a healthy conversation. I think that's what I would say. This was a healthy conversation, and it was not combative. At least not since I've been here. And I appreciate that this, at least for the portion that I was present for, that you were not combative, and at least it sounds like you were receptive of the information and willing to do research. And I will say that I appreciate you at least doing that much.
yeah, for sure. All right, thanks for having me. I'll catch you guys later.
All right, Meep, take it easy.
I'll drop. Thanks so much, Pickles. Lainey, you're amazing as
Love
always.
y'all.
Love you, and Doc Jace, thank you so much for everything you're doing.
You're all
awesome.
amazing. Eli, we love you. Lainey, love you. Jace, love you. You're all the best.
Thank you, Pinkies.
Bye, Pickles.
Bye.
Bounce me.
Boom. All right, chat. Tap the screen. Let's get to 100K real quick. We're going to be doing more debates. And I don't know. I feel like that was an obvious W. Obvious W. If you are a Trump supporter, hop in the box. If you're not a Trump supporter, please hop out of the box. If you are a friendly, go on get. Go on get. I love that. That was really educational. Gotta love those, especially when we get doctors involved and people of the actual community to come and speak. I like to just shut up and let them say what it is. I get heated and I have to say something sometimes, but I just don't care to let people. Yeah, I won't get back into it. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to tell me why you like Trump, why you support Trump, hop in the box. Here's my opinion of the day. Trump is a fascist. Trump is a fascist. It is a fact. It's not a matter of opinion. It is an actual fact. Twitler. I think slowly more and more MAGA might be realizing it. I also saw my girlfriend sent me a really good TikTok the other day of somebody explaining how people in a cult are quiet quitters. So like people who realize they're in a cult and they no longer or they like realize it, they slowly quit. They don't come around and say, you know what, I was wrong this whole time, you were right. They're not going to do that for the most part. They're going to quietly quit, maybe quietly stop participating in the practice or the belief of. They're not going to denounce it. They're just going to slowly slide out of it. They're never going to come around and be like, hey, I'm dumb. I was that was wrong. And I think that's what we're kind of seeing. Especially after Trump coming out and openly saying he's going to run for a third term. Man, his life has less and less MAGAs, yeah. Who you got running for Dems in 2028? I believe Kamala is running. I really don't care if we don't have this like the same idolatry that we see on the right. We don't really like champion people as much as we champion ideas. Whoever can take like the ideas past the finish line is fine with me. We're not a weird cult. It won't be a fair election. Elon's powering voting machines. I haven't read that yet. You think she can be Vance Tulsi? I don't really care to think about this as sports. We're hoping that most of you people just realize that Trump is a fascist and authoritarian. It's obviously not going to be Vance Tulsi. It's going to be Trump and maybe Vance. It's going to be Trump again. It's going to be Trump. He's priming you for it. He's got 3 years. He's got 3 years and change to kind of get the idea planted in your head. He's like, it's okay. You guys want me to run again? I'm sorry. I just can't help it. It's just what the people want. I got to break the Constitution. It's obvious. And that's how it all starts. I mean, that's obviously the way it always starts. And we have people in chat that Trump has already kind of sold on that idea, as you can see. How can he run again with the 2-term limits? Steve Bannon is already kind of thrown around the idea that they're going to pass some law that will let him do something that says like 2 consecutive terms is the actual limit, so he can do another one. There's also the chance that he can run with Vance and then just have Vance step down and make Trump president again. Yeah, there's that. Just modern day authoritarianism. If you guys don't have any actual ideas, you just have a person that you love so much, I feel sorry for you. That's small brain stuff. Would martial law have him be president? I think you would really have to justify, like, I don't know. Like, you're acting as if the law matters at all. He's exercising and testing that boundary every day now. What if he goes against judges' orders? Like, who is to tell him he can't break the law and go against the, like, what stops him from doing that? Like, what mechanism is there? And it's obviously like Congress or federal judges, and we already have most of MAGA, like all of these toothless people telling us that judges can't tell Trump what to do now. And that's literally the only thing we have that tells the president not to do, like that the checks and balances of the president is the judicial branch. So, hello? The people have spoken. Yes, the people have been spooled. That like have been fooled. Yeah, the people have been fooled, and people that are weak-minded, people who are maybe tend to be the angrier, maybe the dumber variety, have spoken. Yeah. Yellow.
Hello. One second. 2849. What's up?
Are you a Trump supporter?
Oh yeah.
What do you like about Trump?
What I like about Trump? Minimizing government waste, not being a warmonger, and actually sitting down with these people and actually trying to save lives rather than just be a bureaucrat, listening to bureaucrats. He's not owned by Wall Street, unlike pretty much every candidate that's been out since I've been alive.
Let's go back over that. You said he's not being a warmonger?
I'm sorry?
you like any sauces?
No. Oh, honey, please. Yeah.
Okay.
You think he is? How so?
Yeah, he just bombed Yemen, and he's pretty much isolated us from the rest of the world.
The honey packets.
We don't have any of that here. I'm
Okay,
so sorry.
that's fine.
Okay, here's those. Here's some napkins as well.
Okay. So was thank you.
Sorry.
Was bombing Yemen already happening prior?
Sure. I just don't feel like
Yeah.
you're listing things that make him different, and he's doing the same old thing.
You're make him different. No, you're just trying to find issues that were currently going on, like the bombing of Yemen. I mean, do you want him to just withdraw, like the horrible withdrawal of Afghanistan, like Biden did?
I love that you brought that up. Let's talk about the withdrawal of
Well,
Afghanistan.
no, let's stick to one subject at a time, as you're saying. So tell me right now, if he's a warmonger because of a prior engagement already going on, tell us your plan of how he should have pulled out of Yemen.
I'm not telling him how. I'm not telling. This is not my argument. I'm saying that Trump has started trade wars with every one of our allies. He's priming you and the rest of the world.
We're talking about war here.
Okay, I'm talking about making frenzies with people, and he's not. He's literally upset all of our allies.
So you just want him to catch a vibe with world leaders, right?
I want him to not isolate us. He's isolating us from the rest of
the You want him to make friends with people.
All right,
do you think playing politics and being a world leader is about
he is not diplomatic.
Vibe?
No, he's not diplomatic. Is what I'm saying. He is not diplomatic.
He's not diplomatic, but yet egg prices are down and the tariffs seem to be working, and we're not putting a higher tariff on any country that they already don't have on us.
You're just listing a bunch of stuff. Let's talk about one thing at a time. Trump is not. He's the least.
They can't do that. No, let's go.
Trump is the least diplomatic person we've ever had as president. We have fewer friends than we ever have before. We are weaker than we've ever been. And we are siding with the worst countries on earth. And for the first time ever, we are threatening to take over sovereign nations like an imperial, horrible country.
Who are we siding with? No, you can't stick with one subject and you don't have proof of anything. Well, what are you talking about? You said he's a warmonger, and now you're trying to deflect. How is he a warmonger?
You said he's not a warmonger, and what's your qualifier for that?
Well, how many wars have been started under Donald Trump? And then let's go to every previous president who's been alive for 36 years, and let's talk about engagements under them.
Okay.
So, considering him versus every president I've been alive under, what implications have started under Donald Trump?
I think what you're talking about is something that has nothing to do with him.
What?
Yes.
This is what's wrong with you liberals. You guys live in the cinematic made-up universe of things that you want to be reality that aren't reality.
I know you have your weird talking points.
You just went from he's a warmonger to not being able to tell me how he's a warmonger.
You told me he's not a warmonger. You're telling me he's not a warmonger.
What war has been started under Donald Trump?
Okay, he's increased drone strikes by 450%.
And Obama was the airstrike freaking king.
Trump did more airstrikes than Obama by 450%. Yes.
Oh, you know why? Correct? Because he.
I don't care why. I don't care why.
You don't care why. That's why
he did that, right?
Losing. You don't care about the context. The only thing you care about is the.
Do you see how angry you are?
It makes him.
You see how angry you are?
That's why you guys are losing. You don't care about the
That's
context.
why we're
You
losing.
care about a headline that makes him look bad. That's why you have to shut the mic off. That's why your audience that is probably mostly liberal doesn't care. All you have to do is say something.
Just saying, listen,
it's all lies.
I know you're very emotional about this, but we're going to take turns talking. We're going to take turns talking.
This is what you guys do.
So we're going to take turns talking.
You are the guy with a headset right now, taking time out of your day to make up lies about the current
make up
president.
Lies. Which lie have I stated? You said he's not a warmonger, and I'm debating you.
What war have started under Donald Trump?
Why are you saying that Trump is not a warmonger? Is what I'm asking you.
Because there are no wars that have started under Donald Trump, and he is trying to actually have diplomacy with world leaders other than just making money.
I want you.
Out money.
All right, I want you to look at what's going on right now on the border of Lithuania. Is Russia about to invade Lithuania?
I mean, I sure hope not. But
does that make Donald Trump a warmonger if that happens?
When did Russia start making their moves? When did Russia start enacting their
Does that make
military?
Biden a warmonger if Russia invades somebody?
No, it makes Biden weak. But
How does that make
actually,
Biden
in a
weak?
sense, it makes Biden more of a warmonger because he was contributing to the war, giving out our money / old equipment that people say, well, it wasn't technically money. If I buy a car for 20 grand and I give you that car, then I turn around and I buy a car for 40 grand, how much money have I spent?
Okay.
60 grand. We're giving them money.
Okay, but we've also made $80 billion in arms sales, haven't we?
So, oh, you mean like the Fast and the Furious under Obama? That was classified information that was actually illegal arms sales?
What are you talking about?
Are you too young to remember that?
Yeah, I'm 36. I don't know what you're talking about, though.
So you don't pay attention to anything other than just Obama, or I'm sorry.
I
Trump
pay
bad
attention
or
when
Trump
our
bad.
rights are being are taken away.
What rights have been taken away?
First Amendment right.
Donald Trump has taken away your right of freedom
If I want to go protest right now on a college campus about pro-Palestine, can I do that?
No, if you're here on a visa, you cannot protest. You can't do that in any other country.
You can't protest in any country?
Hold on. This is what you liberals do. You take a headline. You take
This
one
is
thing
what
that
you
is somewhat of a
do.
truth, and you stretch the truth. What is happening that you're talking about is people on a visa coming to protest, and in that protest, they are either inciting violence or they are threatening violence.
No,
So
that's not been proven. That's not been proven.
Okay, show me where somebody has been arrested or their freedom of speech
Mahmoud Khalil.
has been stopped because
Mahmoud
of
Khalil. Mahmoud Khalil and all of...
No, don't Google. You made the claim.
Mahmoud Khalil.
You made the claim.
Mahmoud Khalil. Mahmoud Khalil. End of story. Bro is livid, dude. We don't have due process either in this country. And I don't care if you're here on a visa. I don't care if you're here on a green card. If you come here and you're standing on American soil,
you made the claim.
I'm not Googling anything.
You should not have
I'm not Googling anything.
You are terrible at this. Boy, you are awful.
Hey, go back to your 45. Go back to your 45 views. If you think I'm terrible at this, go back to your 45 views. I've seen you streaming. I've seen your cute little 45 views. Are you ready to have a big boy conversation?
I had over 100,000 followers before people like you mass reported me. Now I barely do it. I don't
That's
care
cute.
Because you know why? Because no, you're cute because you have to Google stuff after making a claim. And every
I didn't
single
Google
claim you've
anything.
made since talking to me, you haven't. You literally just said, okay. Anyway, sorry. You have not backed up anything you've said. You have made numerous claims and you've backed nothing up. You said
We
he's a
haven't had a
warmonger,
full
and
conversation about anything because you are so emotional. You are so emotional.
This is what you guys do when you lose. You say you're either in a cult.
Can you just talk to me?
Oh, you're emotional.
You keep standing back and
I've been
grandstanding. This is the
talking, and there's
5th
no
time you've
proof.
grandstanded on me. This is like the 5th time. You can't handle it.
Oh, grandstand. What's the next word?
This is what you do. This is what you liberals do. You just keep yapping. This is the 5th time you said it. Can you just talk to me?
How come many times you guys have to do like a characteristic? It's always some dumb redneck. Where does that
Because
come
you
from?
are a dumb redneck with a fucking American flag in the background. It's your personality.
There it is, buddy. Hey, I would rather live in this. Look at my last video. I would rather live in this stupid redneck red state where I bought my home for 78 grand. I own all my vehicles. I own my home. I have a good job.
We're all proud of you.
It's super fucking cheap to live here.
We're all proud of you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm more proud of myself than just sitting on the internet all day trying to debate people with zero claims because the media told me Orange Man bad.
No, I can actually substantiate.
I gotta go, bud. But here, do me a favor, and the next person you talk to, actually.
I wish you luck, bub. You're not going to tell me how to run my live, especially as emotional as you are. I don't need help getting down to 85 views like you have. I don't need any help doing that. Yellow. Billy? Billy, are you there? Bro was the king of gish galloping. Yellow?
Oh shoot. Yo, I just wanted to say that other guy he's claiming you don't he's claiming you don't say anything substantiated and then proceeds to fucking say you Google your information to make sure you're right. What kind of fucking contradictory goddamn. Anyway, love your stuff, man. You keep doing your thing.
Thanks, man. Yeah, there's only one side that would demonize fact-checking yourself, and it's definitely the right. If I sit here and I show you what I'm talking about on the screen, it's because I want you to believe the truth. Check out my last video. Bro. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, if you like fascism, jump in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. When is our boxing match? Guess couldn't not. Dude, he had a fistful of honey smothered fast food. He's going to tell me. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Good Lord. Good Lord. Yellow.
Is this one where you have to vote for Trump or just support him?
If you support Trump, sure, I'll talk to you.
Okay, great.
What do you like about Trump?
He's a great business guy. He's done so many different businesses.
Can you tell me one of his like most successful businesses?
Probably just real estate.
It's not really. That just means you're rich and you bought a bunch of property.
Yeah, but he also built some of it. Built Trump
And
Tower.
yeah, and famously didn't pay the people who built it. He just rips people off.
No, the company that he hired didn't pay the people.
And that makes it okay, or
That makes it someone else's problem.
so no integrity, just rips people off.
One sec.
He's famously known for not paying his contractors. That's how he makes the extra money as a businessman. It's not because he's a genius. It's not because he has this like intuition. In fact,
Yes,
most of his businesses have failed.
If you buy a product from a company, but the company didn't pay their staff, it's not your responsibility.
Okay, he was actually pursued for that, and he dodged liability very famously.
Yeah, rightfully so.
Okay. So that's it. He built a building.
Well, that's one of the things he's done, but he's done golf courses.
That's amazing.
He's done golf courses, property.
Wow. That's amazing.
He's done too many. I can't remember them all. That's the problem.
Yeah. Trump steaks, Trump water, Trump vodka, Trump gold cards, Trump gold coins, Trump $2 bills, Trump ties, Trump t-shirts, Trump Bibles. He doesn't really have any brilliance. He just does marketing schemes all the time.
Trump coin as well.
Yeah. Yeah. The meme coin, the rug pull, or which one?
Wait, yeah, but they're all rug pulls.
They're all rug pulls now. Got it.
Yeah. You don't. You just buy Trump coin because you like Trump. You don't buy it because you're gonna do a long position on it.
I like it. Yeah.
You know, if you buy a MAGA hat, you're not gonna make money from it. You're just gonna enjoy the MAGA hat.
A MAGA hat is like a piece of apparel you wear on your head. It's not an investment.
And neither's Trump coin. You just buy the coin and you're like, I own Trump coin now.
You're
I
talking
tried to
about
buy it myself.
a coin, like the actual like cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
Cryptocurrency is inherently an investment. It's not just to digitally have.
I mean,
You don't wear it or anything.
It's up to you what it is. I tried to buy Trump coin just because I like Trump, but I'm in the UK and they wouldn't have any UK exchanges sell it to me.
Did you know that you could also pay $1,000 to like get a prayer? You can get $1,000 from his head of the little agency, the federal task force that he started that targets anti-Christian bias. You can pay $1,000 and they'll pray for you. Did you know that?
Do you get to meet them or do they do it
No,
virtually?
it's a virtual thing. They pray for you virtually.
But do you get to talk to them on Zoom or is it just you send them an email and they do the prayer?
Does it matter? Is one
Well,
better
yeah,
than the
because
other?
if I can talk to the person and they're an interesting person, then yeah, I will pay money for
I don't think that's part of it. I think it's just you send them $1,000 and they put you on a list to pray for you.
I guess it appeals to some people, wouldn't appeal to me.
Okay. You see how he's just kind of a predatory businessman? He's not very smart.
I think he does have such a variety of different business. He's done like Tour de Trump, where he's done like a Tour de France version of his own cycle race. He's done casinos, hotels, restaurants, golf, TV shows. He's done so many different businesses. He's got such a diverse.
Yeah. Can we compare him to an actual billionaire? Like, think about Mark Cuban. Does Mark Cuban sell Mark Cuban coins in $2 bills? Is he that narcissistic, or does he have actual products and things that like contribute to markets and society, like Shark Tank products, like things that people would actually buy? He actually cares about forming a business that is successful instead of just throwing his brand everywhere and seeing what sticks. Like, there was nothing special about the Trump $2 bill other than the image of himself on it. You see how that's kind of just narcissism incarnate, not good business practice?
Yeah, but I like Mark Cuban as well. He's also a great businessman. He's done a lot of different.
You've heard him talk too. He actually like talks, and you can tell he knows what he's doing. Trump doesn't even know how a tariff works, does he? And he's putting them on our country.
Obviously, he knows how it works because he's got so many experts around him on a daily basis to talk to.
I think
he's
that
a lot more
he doesn't
intelligent than you or me.
I don't think so. No, he does not appreciate anybody telling him how things are or what to do. That's how you get fired. Like, nobody's tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Hey, dude, you shouldn't paint your face orange. It looks weird." Nobody's brave enough to tell him that.
No, he's not interested in people's advice. He's interested
exactly.
in
So
learning from experts.
You just contradicted yourself there.
No, he's interested in learning from experts.
If you ask him, he's the smartest person in X, Y, and Z. He knows more about personal or national security than anybody. He knows more about 1,000 things that he's listed, more than anybody. He doesn't need anybody's help, dude. And if you ask him, when you talk about tariffs, the foreign countries pay the tariffs, and that is absolutely untrue. Well, that's what he says, and he says it over and over again.
It depends who pays the tariff.
It does not.
Generally, it's the last person at the end of the chain that pays the tariff.
It's the receiving country that pays the tariff, period, point blank.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter who pays it first. It matters who pays it last.
No. Literally, the tariff he imposes, the citizens or the people importing them in the United States pay that tariff. That's the end of it. That's it.
Well, not necessarily. You don't pay the tariff if you don't buy the product. No one wants to buy your product the customer's not going to pay the tariff. It's the
Okay,
last
but
person
when
at the
you
end of
do
the
buy
chain.
the product, you do pay the tariff, don't you?
Not necessarily, because you might sell that product on. It's the last
In what
person
in
at
what
the end of the
scenario
chain.
does the foreign country pay the tariff he imposes?
Oh, the country. Well, I'm talking about when you do business, let's say with a Chinese factory, sometimes you'll just pay for DDP shipping, and it will just include all the taxes for you.
Okay, in what scenario does the foreign country pay for the tariffs he's placing? Go ahead.
They pay for it because it drives manufacturing to the US.
Who pays the bill that says the word tariff on it? Who pays that?
Who pays it first or
No.
last?
Who pays it? When we receive
last?
something at a port, when we receive a shipment from China right now, and Trump has 20% tariffs on China, who pays that tariff? China or us?
It depends who pays it first, because
does not.
obviously if you're going to go for DDP shipping,
It's us. I'll save you the mental gymnastics. It's us.
then the factory pays for it first.
No, the factory does not receive a bill that says tariff. There's no duty the factory pays for the tariff. Ever. Period. Point blank. Never.
Receiving the bill is different from paying for it.
Okay. We're talking about the tariff, not the colloquial term who's going to pay. We're talking about the bill that is labeled tariff. Who pays that?
Oh, yeah, but who cares? It's just some administrative assistant in some office. That's
I'm talking about the nation, the United States, will pay 100% of all tariff Trump imposes. Is that true or false?
What's true is
That's true. And
there's a
Trump
person
says
that
the
pays it
opposite.
first,
Trump says that
and there's a person
the
that
opposite
pays
is
it
true,
last.
isn't it? Doesn't he say that?
Say what, sorry?
Trump says the opposite is true, so that means he doesn't know what he's talking about, does he?
Opposite of what?
Hello?
Like I say, it's who pays it last that matters.
I don't really care what you think matters. I'm talking about what Trump has said and has misled everybody who voted for him in his economic policy. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Trump saying these words. I'm going to impose tariffs on China, and we're going to have so much money coming in from China, they are going to pay these tariffs. We're not going to know what to do with all of this money. Is that the truth?
No, it's not. That's not what it was about. It wasn't about making money from tariffs.
That's literally what he said. He said we're going to have so much money, we're not going to know what to do with it.
It's about driving manufacturing back into the US.
Okay, but he said we're going to have so much money, we're not going to know what to do with it.
Well, yeah, because you're driving manufacturing back into the US.
Well, this is in regards to China paying these tariffs. I know that you're really working hard to do mental gymnastics, but I'm just talking about not putting words in his mouth, just taking what he says and analyzing it.
Yeah, because if you pay an additional tariff upon importing your stock, then the price difference is less than just manufacturing it in the US.
Okay.
So you're incentivizing manufacturing.
I'm still talking about who pays the duty of the tariff, and you're talking about increasing manufacturing trade. That's a different conversation, isn't it?
Well, it depends if you've gone with DDP shipping.
I don't care if it's DDQ shipping. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. The fact is, when we receive something from a foreign country and someone receives it at a port, that person is handed a paper and it says tariff on that paper. And then that person has to pay the United States of America 20% tax on that. And that is not China. China will never pay that. It is 100% on the United States to pay that.
They do sometimes.
They'd never do,
sometimes
ever.
the Chinese factory pays it sometimes.
They will never, ever pay it, ever.
They've paid it for me in the past.
They never have.
Yeah, I just use DDP shipping. They pay for the taxes.
Okay. Nope. Those tariffs are worked into the price, and then you paid them in turn. Is that what you're saying?
You just pay
So you paid them?
one-time fee.
Yeah,
I paid the
you did.
factory a one-time fee.
So you paid it, and the factory
the
increased
factory-
their price, and then you paid them.
Yeah, the factory, they take the money. Yeah.
Okay, so
and then they disperse it.
Who's out the money? You or the factory?
I'm sorry.
Who is paying that money? Who, when the tariff went in place, who shelled out the extra monies? You or the factory?
That'll be up to the negotiation between you and your supplier.
Okay. All right. You see how like you can't have an honest conversation? Can you see how Trump was misleading and you have to do some weird mental gymnastics to justify what he said?
No, it depends if you use DDP shipping. I just use DDP shipping, and the factory just pays for the taxes.
Okay. All right. Well, we're looking for somebody who's not drunk to debate. If you decide to sober up, let me know. Yellow.
There. Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah. Hey, I was just calling and asking, what did you think of that interview with Elon Musk, his team going over Doge, talking about, I think it was, 2-3 days ago with Fox News? Did you see that one?
No.
So they addressed some of the concerns with Doge. One of them being that they're going to be defunding cancer research.
Yeah.
They actually said it was the opposite. What they're pushing for is, right now the grants, 60% of it goes to actually the research itself. 40% of it goes to the universities. They're now pushing to have it be 85% goes to the research, or 80% goes to the research, and 20% goes to the universities.
Okay. I've heard that a million times before. I don't trust, and I can't believe anybody still trusts anything Doge has to say. This is a website called Musk Watch Doge Tracker, and this is what Elon Musk claims to have saved us $115 billion. And if you are somebody with a 3 IQ and a calculator, you'd understand that the items that he's listed only add up to about $38 billion. But he suspects that everyone is just as dumb as most of you are. And then if we actually verify the funds that were actually canceled, you can check all of these things with the links that were given. It adds up to $7.7 billion. But he knows that you guys won't check that. You'll just watch silly interviews like you just listed, and nobody will know the better. And we are slowly becoming a weaker and weaker country on the world stage. And yes, people are losing their jobs, and they're just muddying the waters.
Well, I think some of the stuff they're uncovering is like really, really interesting. Another thing they said was the credit cards, the government credit cards. There's like 2 million people that work for the government, yet they have 4.8 million credit cards issued. So more than 2 credit cards per employee that works for the government.
I'm sure that'll add up. I'm sure that that's not just another lie. Just like we were paying out all sorts of people that are dead with Social Security, that ended up being a lie, and he was completely wrong on that, and he had to withdraw that. Just like he thought that we were canceling $8 billion worth of ICE funding when ICE is $8 billion in total, and it turned out to be $8 million. And just like every single one of these line items.
Security too. You know, it's interesting. So your basis for everything is just that they're lying. Your stance is everything they're doing is just one big lie. It's a pretty interesting stance, especially when it's pretty impressive that we get to see, and he posts on Doge.gov literally what they are canceling. Like, it is the most transparent we've ever had in history.
Yep.
And your stance, big claim, is one big lie.
Yeah, it's not the most transparent. It's just people who don't know anything think this is the first time we've been able to do this. When I'll just show you an example. So this is U.S. Border Patrol, $142 million. And this is where you can just go online and see the snapshots that Elon Musk is sharing with you guys. This is already transparent. This is already a website we can look at, bro. And you guys are just looking at snips that 20-year-olds that Elon Musk hired. And you're just taking his word for it. And it's not true. So U.S. Border Patrol, he says that he's saving us $142 million here, when it shows that, in fact, we've already paid these obligations. We've already awarded these obligations. So even if we withdraw these obligations, it has saved us $0. And you are fooled. You have been fooled. He just posts a screenshot. There's no summary. There's no writing explaining why he's doing this, who he's doing this, why this is waste, why this is fraud. He just expects you to believe it. And it's very sad.
Well, I think the interesting thing is now we're looking into this. So in the future, the funding going out for these wasteful things is going to be very minimized. Like, now it's actually being monitored. It's very impressive stuff.
Do you know what an inspector's general is?
Do explain.
So you don't know what an inspector's general is?
No.
Okay. These are the people that we've had in our government, and they oversee just about every branch that we have. And they do exactly what you're talking about. And it was the first thing that Trump did, was he fired all these inspectors generals, the people who already audit this stuff and that put the stuff that you see on these websites in writing, like things such as USAID. That was audited 60 times last year. But if you ask any MAGA person, this is the first time we're ever auditing this stuff.
Well, I'm not saying it's the first time we're auditing, but it's the first time we're cracking down on a lot of wasteful stuff. Like, we did send millions of dollars for Sesame Street. Like, that does seem like a waste.
That's called soft war. That's not a waste.
Well, I personally wouldn't want my tax money going for that.
Yeah, I know, but you don't know much about this stuff. So yeah, if you have no context, if you don't know anything about the efforts of us trying to make sure that these countries don't raise another generation of illiterate terrorists, then yeah, you would just
we have to have Sesame Street out there.
Yeah, it's a lot cheaper than dropping bombs.
We will not see eye to eye on this one. And everybody's got their own opinion. Personally, I don't think we should be funding that. But if you support that, then that's.
Did you know that we fund that here at home? Did you know that we fund PBS?
I think that's fine.
Why do you think that's fine?
Because it's for our own American citizens.
But you don't think it's fine when we do it to other countries who've been known to fly planes into our buildings?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see our tax money being more useful and used here.
No, you wouldn't. If you vote right, you don't want any tax money spent here. You just want rich people to have it.
Well, that's an interesting idea, because I don't get that either. More billionaires actually donated and supported Harris than Trump.
I don't care. Can you name me some legislation that the right proposes that actually help kids or help veterans or help poor people or needy people?
Well, the Social Security is a perfect example. Musk even said in that interview, he said, "Mark my words, you will see that more people will be getting Social Security, and it will be higher because they're taking away a lot of the waste and the fraud in there. They're actually expediting, they're fixing the system where the computer systems are talking." He's saying that Social Security, they will be receiving more, not less.
I'm sure, and I'm sure that we'll see that. And we've actually
Same with
we've actually seen things that Trump and Musk have done have caused more waste and more government spending because we have to have an army of lawyers come around and justify why he can just arbitrarily fire everybody in USAID or in other departments that actually save people like you money. So like the Consumer Fraud Protection Agency, for every dollar that we spent there, I think we saved U.S. consumers $5. And now that we don't have that, we're probably just going to start hemorrhaging money to these rich corporations.
they spoke on that as well. They stated that they've only fired 1%.
Yeah, I know, the 1% that are looking into Elon Musk's companies.
Yeah, see, again, that's where I guess we differ. Is like your viewpoint is a very negative one, where like every action they're doing, you think has a bad intention behind it, and I don't agree with that.
Okay,
I don't think they're as bad intentions as you think. You think that there's this big idea that what they're doing is just trying to get people out of government so that they can have their agenda filled. I really am not buying into that.
Okay, but we just have receipts. Have you looked into any of these receipts? Have you looked at the countless like investigative journalists who've looked into these walls of receipts and found the horrible mistakes that if you're doing an audit, you don't come out with these egregious mistakes.
The wall of receipts on Doge, you're saying?
Yep.
Well, some of the stuff that I have been told that I'm seeing is they're canceling the 4.8 million credit cards that we have in the government when we only have 2 million employees. I don't think we should be having more than 2 credit
Okay,
cards.
I don't think that's a real thing. Like again, that's not a real like if these things were done properly and done through the correct channels, don't we already have people investigating this stuff, inspectors generals? Why didn't they say anything?
Why didn't they say anything when we sent millions of dollars to, again, Sesame Street in Ukraine? Or why?
Because
when
it
we're
was
doing that?
necessary.
I don't think it is. That's I guess
So
where we disagree.
so this is what happens when there's a war-torn country or a country that is completely just ruined with like terrorism and all this stuff. We go around and we say, hey, we're the good guys. Here's some food.
No, I hear
Here's some water. Here's some education. Learn your ABCs. Here's something for your kids to grow up and learn how to be kind to your neighbors. Here's us influencing the world to become more westernized, to become more like for democratic values, to say, hey, if you want to be able to vote your elected politicians in, that's a good idea. And then we have China doing the same thing. We have Russia doing the same thing. And the second we pull out, China swoops in and they say, hey, we're the good guys. You should be on our side. And these countries are groomed to do that. And we no longer have that influence. So now we're going to have to fight them with way more than $20 million in a couple of years. So yes, if you are very ignorant to the actual context to a lot of these things, which Musk knows you are, yes, these things sound like waste. They sound like fraud. He'll tell you things such as we're sending all this money to do trans theater plays. But when you actually dig into it, he had to literally come up with that lie. And you have to see the intent behind this. There was a trans theater teacher in one of these universities that we sent like 25 grand to. But he told y'all for some reason that there was a trans play that we funded. And I don't see how you don't see the spin yet.
So that's USAID. That's just one department that they're looking into. They're going into all of them. Social Security was another. I know they brought up the idea of there's 150-year-olds that are still.
And that was a lie. Yeah.
They still are alive in the system. They aren't dead. Now, are they receiving, to your point, are they receiving Social Security? That's where the lie you're saying is coming in. Now, what he stated in that interview was because they're still in the system and the two systems with the Treasury, those computer systems don't talk, what ends up happening is fraudsters can come in and they can claim that and then call in and use that and fraud it. It's a way for fraud to be used, and that's why he was saying that Social Security, if they get this fixed, they will actually be receiving more, not less.
I think the number is 0.00065% of fraud has been found, and then 80% of that is recovered. So yeah, it's a big boogeyman.
I personally believe, I'm interested to see how it plays out. You have the view that it's all bad intentions. It's all, very, very bad. I think in the future we're going to see how it plays out. I personally think it's not with bad intentions. I think there's going to be a lot of good that comes from it, but only time will tell.
What do you think about Trump going around making sure the Smithsonian takes away all of the woke stuff out of the museum and pretty much edits history?
Yeah, I heard that was like the stuff with like World War II where they're getting rid of like monuments and stuff, right? Or pictures and monuments and stuff.
Museums teach history. Monuments exalt historical figures.
Yeah, I don't know if I support that exactly. Again, I'm not a huge like everything Trump does I support and agree with. There's going to be things that I don't. I think Doge is really good. I do support that. The border, my thought on that is I actually like the idea of making our border more secure. I don't agree with actually deporting people that are here. I'm not a big mass deportation, but I do agree with the idea of that it shouldn't be so easy to get into our country. I think CNN even stated that under Biden, illegal immigration quadrupled. On that interview that CNN did to Harris, it quadrupled. I think we should have a stronger border where it's not as easy to get into the country. You should be going the legal way, but I don't agree with mass deportation. I don't think that.
I think it's a big boogeyman, and I think it's just dumb to even look at it in such simple light if you're oversimplifying it. Did you know that also under COVID, migration quadrupled? Instead of Biden, you can say it was COVID. COVID.
You could for sure, maybe for the first year, but for all 4 years, I think he started cracking down on it at the very end of his 4 years. Maybe the first year you could make that argument. Second year, sure, but third year, I don't think that passes.
Why do people migrate?
A lot of reasons, but for upgrading their life.
Yeah, because their countries that they live in are doing pretty bad, yeah?
No, and I agree with immigration.
So COVID probably tore through some countries and fucked up some countries, yeah?
There's a need, yeah, obviously, right? There's a need for why people are moving to this country, obviously. But the problem I have with having no border policy whatsoever and no border security is one.
That's a straw man.
What do you mean?
We have the same exact border policy under Biden as Trump did for 3
We're
years.
not enforcing it, I should say. We shouldn't enforce it.
Can you tell me where Biden came out and said don't enforce the border?
No, but what I can tell you is that it quadrupled under
the amount of encounters, but that just shows him enforcing it.
According to the interview with CNN that they had with Harris, they said that illegal immigration quadrupled. The amount of illegal immigrants that came into this country quadrupled under Biden's presidency.
Yeah, I know. And those are also called encounters.
Gotcha.
So I'll show you. Trump more likely to keep migrants. Oh, actually, it was Biden. Data shows Biden more likely to deport.
When you say encounters, what exactly does that entail?
I'll do Cato. So this is an actual look at the data. So here's Trump's numbers of encounters. Here's Biden's numbers of encounters all the way up to March 31, 2023. This is when this came out. Biden expelled 50%. Trump expelled 47%. So Biden was more strict on the border. He wasn't just telling people not to enforce it.
So it help me understand what is encounter like. So help me understand that a little bit more. What does the encounter entail? That means like that's people that they found trying to cross the border?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
In order to have an encounter, you have to illegally cross the border, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So every single one of these encounters is an illegal crossing. So when you hear Trump talk about numbers under a Democratic president, he will always refer to them as illegal crossings. But when it's Trump's time to be president, he calls them encounters.
Interesting. So that's the number that they're stating is how it quadrupled. Is there's 5 million compared to the 1.3 right there.
Yeah.
Encounters. Interesting. Hey, and then final point that I have that I do support with Trump. I do actually like how he is handling Russia Ukraine. I know there's he's a Russia supportist or all of that. I think my view on this that I do like that Trump has been doing is that Russia Ukraine situation is a very, very hard, interesting situation where if you overcommit to Ukraine too much, now you're threatening with or flirting with World War III. Now NATO gets involved. If we get involved too much, now NATO's involved. So you can't overcommit to Ukraine.
So
I also
Trump's,
don't like.
Trump's soft on world aggression. Trump. No one's scared of Trump. They're
how I kind of viewed it, which I thought was really smart, was he tried to do that minerals deal, which basically gave us financial incentive to be a part of over there, financial benefit over there because we're getting the minerals, which also allows us the support. There's a reason and backing behind the support. And again, we have stake in the game now. I think if we just financially support Ukraine by funding it, my problem with that is you're more or less just funding people to die. You're basically saying, hey, Ukraine, you send your people out to go die. We'll fund you for it, which morally I don't agree with. So I did like the idea of, hey, let's do a minerals deal. Now we have incentive over there. Now we have a reason to be over there. And Russia sees that also going, okay, America's involved over here. I thought it was a really smart play.
We put no teeth in the deal, but
we put what in the deal?
Basically, how I saw it is that country is being invaded. A sovereign country, an innocent country, is being invaded, and we're going there picking up. We're picking at their items. We're going, hey, can we steal this from you? But what we already did was we shook hands with them with the Budapest Memorandum. We said, hey, you give up your nukes. We got your back.
Yep.
And now Trump is kind of, we can easily see he's just kind of a Putin apologist. He likes Putin a lot. He reveres Putin. He wants to rule the country like Putin rules his country. There's no reason to go easy on Putin. There's no reason to sympathize with any of the hundreds of thousands of Russian soldiers that are being sent to slaughter, because they are trying to take over a sovereign nation, and we want to discourage that on the world stage. We don't need to have a monetary incentive to discourage people from doing horrible things.
What would you suggest is a better route then?
I think we should fund them, let Russia continue to send people into the meat grinder. But what Russia has done is they've probably, I don't know. I think Trump looks up to Putin a lot. And I think he just wants to, I don't know, he wants to learn how Putin took control of his country and the media and rewrote history and assigned himself as the leader for 23 years. Trump really wants that. He doesn't care about Ukraine. He doesn't care about people dying.
I agree with you in the fact that if we keep funding it, you're right. All Russia's going to do is continue to slowly get weaker and weaker. If we keep funding it, we basically will slowly deteriorate Russia and allow them to die. The problem I had again with that is basically all we're saying morally is, hey, we'll fund you guys to go die, which I think it's hard to, say that you have a good stance on this or say you have you support Ukraine when all you're basically saying is, hey, we support funding Ukrainians to go die.
Yeah, but you guys, you see him, that's not where his morals are. Like, you can say that for one instance, but in every other instance on the geopolitical stage, Trump is funding Israel. He's bombing Yemen. You don't care about death count. You're just finding a way to justify Trump's position there and only there.
Well, like I said, I liked that position there. I thought it was a smart one. Yeah, let's get a minerals deal over there so that now Russia knows we have business over there, so it makes it a little bit more scary, and they know we're more involved over there. And B, it gives us more incentive to be over there and to
We're
protect more.
we're already over there in the same regards. We're over there building power lines. We're over there rebuilding their power grid. U.S. people, U.S. citizens are over there. Contractors are over there doing that already. So that's a nothing burger, what you just said.
Wow. That's all I got. Those were my stances. I appreciate the debate.
No problem, dude. Take it easy.
Yep, you too.
Oops. I just kicked somebody that was in queue. Yellow? Yellow? Hello? I accidentally kicked somebody who was in queue. If you want to debate, hop in the box. I'm done eating too, by the way, guys. I don't mean to be rude. Yeah, the gymnastics for people to go around and side with Russia is fucking wild. Remember when Trump used to go Russia, 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 and it dispelled all like doubt that Russia could be siding with Trump, and now we see Trump perfectly aligning with everything Russia, like pulling us out of the world stage, pulling us out of NATO possibly, so that Russia can go do heinous things to the countries that surround it that are in NATO without the threat of U.S. involvement. And now we see us basically following the same playbook as Putin has, rewriting history, following his politics, hating on the LGBTQ community, championing a certain religion in the government, controlling elections, threatening states, using arms of the government to exert the power of the federal government. Meanwhile, everybody is still screaming, "We like small government. We love small government." Yet Trump is like controlling what people say and do on like college campuses or in states that want to have their own voting laws. What happened to states' rights? What happened to all that? What happened to states having their own rights to do the things they want to do? Now Trump wants to have the right to say what states do with their laws? That's weird. But yeah, Trump and Putin may be able to like cosplay a little like argument on the world stage for half a second, and if y'all buy into it, sure, go for it. Trump can't even denounce Russia's horrible actions. Just say what Russia's doing is bad once. That's all you have to do. Just say it. He won't. He's like, if I find that they're bad, then that's going to be bad. You're not the one who gets to determine what's bad and what's good. Like, we can all see, we all have eyes and ears. The whole world, the whole developed world has decided that Ukraine is not the aggressor and that Russia is the aggressor. The whole world knows history. We don't get to learn our history from you. You're just a dude. In fact, you're a very dumb dude. Hello? I like it. I like it. Trump determines it. Imagine being such a cuck for one dude that you just wait on hands and knees for him to say what your belief is every day. If Trump finds out that Russia's real bad, you're going to be like, hey, Russia's bad. Like tomorrow. You don't think for yourself? You make money off of one dude. I make money off of me. I make money off of the debating world news, politics, geopolitics, off of basically just being somebody with sound logic. I'm not even that smart. Lots of Russian bots in here. Pickles, the One Piece is real. W take. What date is TikTok supposed to be banned? In about 5 days, guys. It's the 4th. It's on the 4th. So MAGA, are you guys okay with Trump being against the Constitution in every regard? You guys are all of a sudden not constitutionalists? Have you guys stopped worshiping sentences and words in the Constitution? Does the Constitution stop at 2A? A Trump impeachment won't do anything, guys, right now. Everybody in Congress knows what happens if you vote to impeach Trump and you're a Republican. You get primaried instantly. The 3 people that voted to impeach him in the Senate the last go round, they're not here anymore. The court struck down the ban to stop the USAID funding. Convenience constitutionalist. I like that. You should run for local office and go from there. You got all the answers. I could probably only run as a Republican because I have a bunch of I have a criminal history from before I was 20. So only the Republicans would be down for that. The guest requests are off. Does anyone want to test the guest request? Do you know that Pickles, or are you ignoring that Pickles? What? There we go. There's a bunch of people in the guest request now. Holy shit. Holy Toledo. There's a lot of people. It's working, guys. It's working. Maybe I can just get my my alt in here. I can get my alt in here. Chat, I do have a Cash App and Venmo in the bio. If you want to piss off these Trump supporters, I will read your message. If you send me a Venmo. Let me add my alt. Guys, go ahead and follow my alt too. Here, does this make the request show up? How many Teslas? How many Teslas have I keyed? I don't key cars. I know that it hurts your feelings. I also saw a pretty decent meme of someone keying a Tesla and being like, I am saving the world. I see how you guys can make fun of it. I get it. But you guys were doing the same thing when you were protesting every single company that decided to enforce a vaccine mandate so that we didn't spread an infectious virus. Because y'all didn't believe in science. Y'all wanted to go buy anti-parasitic medicine to go fight a vaccine, go fight a virus rather than listen to doctors. Remember that? Remember y'all was saving the world back then? That was cute. Remember when you guys shot boxes of Coors Light because Dylan Mulvaney received a Coors Light can with her face on it? Remember when y'all saved the world doing that? Was it Bud Light? Yeah. One of those shitty beer companies. Guys, if you're friendly, hop out of the box. I can't tell if they're all friendly still. Yeah, remember when you guys shit on the Capitol walls? When you spread poop everywhere? Because you believed the orange man when he said the election was stolen? And then somehow it was Nancy Pelosi's fault? Even though they planned it in the open on Twitter? Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lowen Berber, everybody saying how big of a moment it was going to be, and then somehow it was Nancy Pelosi's fault for not stopping you guys from doing crazy shit. Why do I keep getting violations? I don't have any violations. Do I have violations? Hello?
Hello?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you like about Trump?
Not much, but I think that he's better than you on the internet begging for money, you fucking nerd.
He begs for money every day in email. Have you not seen the emails where he begs for money every day? Look at these look at the subjects of his You're on my mind. I'm a political prisoner. I love you. These are the subjects of Trump's emails. Please donate. Do you need a mug? They want to sentence me to death. Have y'all not seen these? Surely you have them. This literally is the same exact format you'll see in every one of them. I stand with John James. All donations double matched. Look at all of these. Please send me. In fact, if I go to his website right now, the first pop-up will be asking me for money. Look at that. DonaldJJump.com. Get your Trump gear. Get your fascist, cult gear. Buy it now. Gary, thank you for the $5. Says, can you check a video on YouTube? Lincoln Square titled Doge Exposed with Melanie Stansberry? Sure. Dang, that's crazy. Look at that. The Golden Age of America. Contribute. It's the front page. It's the front page. Contribute. What do I got to do? Guys, you can make a donation right here. Look at that. Look at the people just sending their savings to this man. He's a billionaire, by the way, but he needs your money. He needs your money. Send it to him right now. Hello?
If Trump really is that bad, why is he president?
You are 3 years old. Hello?
Hey.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I voted for Trump. Did you vote for Biden? Sorry, Kamala.
Yeah.
Why the fuck did you do that?
You sound like you're making a voice.
Honest, I got something in my throat and it's been there all morning. I'm so sorry if that makes you emotional, you snowflake. Now, do you want to debate me or not?
I can't. Is that real? Wait, is that Dean? Is that Dean? Dean, come back! Negative 10,000 aura. No, Dean, come back. He got banned. No, come back, Dean. No. Hello?
Hey.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
I mean, I guess basically he's doing what he said he was gonna do. You know, we actually talked a couple times prior to it was more around the debates, the election debates, when everybody and their mom just said Kamala's got this. It was a shoe-in. You know, I spent a little bit of time on here just kind of going through because I was kind of a middle of the road, but I was more towards supporting Trump, and I knew I had a really strong feeling that he was going to win the election, just the way America was basically moving.
I don't
But I
know.
would say that
I think he won by 1.7%. Like, it's not really that big of a deal. But first of all, there's nowhere in his plan where it says he's going to do any of the things that he's done, besides the anti-constitutional stuff, such as starting like an anti-Christian task force. There is nowhere in his plans where it says what he's going to do with the economy, though. Like, we still don't know what he's going to do with the economy. Do you? Do you know what tariffs he's going to do in China, on Mexico and Canada?
no, I mean it doesn't. Here's at the end of the day, I mean tariffs like this big loom and gloom, like it's just going to put the country into turmoil, is just the same boogeyman when everybody was like he's going to eradicate the Constitution. I'm pretty sure that was one of your talking points.
He
You know,
is.
4 months
He's
ago.
gone against the Constitution in like 70 ways already. You want me to list them?
And we really like literally wake every day, go to work. You're still on TikTok. It hasn't been banned. I mean, the American way hasn't gone anywhere.
Okay, so he's not like subverting people's First Amendment by limiting what people can say on college campuses, basically threatening defunding college campuses with millions and millions of dollars.
I think that there's far less talk about freedom of speech now than there was even a year ago. Far less. I mean, from social media, there's far less.
Okay, I'm not talking about like what you hear. I'm talking about his actions, right? His actions are obviously against the First Amendment.
I feel, though. Do you feel like your First Amendment is in jeopardy right now?
Yeah, in fact, other countries, entire countries, would give me asylum claims for doing what I do because of Trump and the things he's said. Like, he's suing certain news stations. He's calling certain news stations illegal. He's kicking certain news stations out of the Oval Office. All sorts of stuff.
Do you feel that you're in jeopardy? I'm not talking about news stations. I mean, did you trust news stations in the first place? I mean, most people.
Are you just justifying what he's doing?
Organizations and media. Not at all. I'm trying to figure out, because you're standing on this platform, what I would call like a soapbox, and saying he's doing this and he's doing that. How is it affecting you personally? You. Because
why does it have to directly touch me? I'm talking about him being against the First Amendment. Just because it didn't directly touch me, I'm one of 350 million people. There are many people out there who are now either in prison or in like in a jail in El Salvador because of a tattoo they had. Like, this is obviously anti-constitutional. In fact, he has multiple executive orders, one of which trying to undo birthright citizenship directly in our Constitution. That is a literal constitutional amendment.
It does start with the individual, and I understand what you're saying, and you do have to take the good with the bad. At the
You have to
end
pay.
of the day,
What
ahead.
would be the bad? The things where he's cut into constitutional rights?
So okay, so let's go there. Let's talk about the first constitutional right. Which one?
Birthright citizenship.
Okay, so that's like a major concern for you, and I would say that that's a fair concern. I think that birthright citizenship should be protected, and I don't think, and I don't know, we don't know, we haven't seen all of the effects to it, but again, him being president, there are people that are still trying to protect those things, so it hasn't been eradicated. There are still steps and
I'm not.
processes, which was my biggest
He's
argument.
attacking them though, right?
Okay. And again, we have to take the good with the bad. And I don't personally agree with it. Do I think that it is going to be absolutely eradicated? I do not. No.
That's not. I don't. I think that he's also going to be running for a third term. Is that unconstitutional?
Not going to happen.
He just said it. He just said he's going to do it. Like he's going to do it.
And here's my thing. Again, I voted for him this round. I wouldn't vote on a third round. I mean, again, there probably are people out there. If he said it, I mean, it's a talking point for him. We're still in the first year. That's going to be 4 years away. Sometimes I even question.
He's planting the seed. So in 3 years, I've seen the way you guys have done this. What he does is he has to talk about it for a while before MAGA people who vote for him and are part of the cult. You constantly are moving the goalposts, and soon in about 3 years you will be saying, so what? We want him. We want him. Good. In fact, people in my comments will say it right now. Good. Third term.
I didn't support Trump first term, so again, I don't consider myself MAGA, but I mean, if you do, that's still a fair argument. I mean, like I said, we've talked about this, and moving the goalposts is politics, period. But again, I'm gonna go back to I don't see that it's gonna happen. Has it happened in our country's history? It has during war.
That doesn't mean anything. Just because it hasn't happened doesn't mean Trump isn't going to do it. That does not mean anything.
Just because you said it, because he mentioned it once, it's the old boogeyman scenario.
He's mentioned it multiple times.
And again, like everything, like the whole Agenda 25, you guys were on this whole, I mean, I wish I could just go back and play back how strong you guys were.
The Project 2025?
It was just going to be in world. Yeah, just everything.
He's literally carrying it out. Are you not are you not aware that he's carrying out Project 2025?
Literally the distractions. Yeah, I'm there. It's not what you guys, again, it's still boogeyman. We're 90 days into it, and America's still here. We're still going through the processes and politics for this in the same event. You guys are still on here because I haven't been.
You see this?
Platform. I've kind of
this
is
is called Project 2025.observer, and this is him carrying out Project 2025. Every single thing. In fact, the architect of Project 2025, he's Russ Vought. He is in charge of our entire budget of our government. He's the architect. The man's name is on the cover. And then you have Brennan Carr. He's in charge of the FCC. He wrote the part on the FCC of Project 2025. All of these things are being carried out, and you're still saying, "See, I told you." You're wrong.
Wait, no. So 2 or 3 minutes ago, you said you still don't know what he's going to do. So here we are again. We're back to, okay, so then I'm going to go back and jump on the train that he's doing exactly what he said he was going to do.
He said that he wasn't going to do Project 2025, and now he is. So he's doing the opposite of what he said, and you're somehow making it a win for you.
You said that Project 2025 and people on this platform that kind of run down the same aisle said that it was going to bring an end to the country. So are we on a
we're getting there
towards we're getting there. That's how you
yes.
You basically that's where
we're moving to authoritarianism. He will be president a third term, and then a fourth, and then a fifth, and then a sixth, and then it'll be his son or it'll be Vance. It'll be whoever else the Heritage Foundation funds, because if you're a grifter like Trump, you'll do anything for a few extra bucks or to stay out of prison, which is what we've seen. He's been funded by the Heritage Foundation, and he'll do exactly what he wants, what they want him to do. That's what we're seeing.
whether it sounds dark or not, I mean, the level of stress, the level of physicality, he doesn't have that in him. Like, if he makes it 4 years, that, I mean, again, I optimistically, I think that he's got that in him. But health-wise and running forward, Donald Trump is in his sunset years, period. As far as the shock and everything that, go ahead.
He's gonna run again, bro. He's gonna run again. And Steve Bannon will tell you as well. He's like, well, we're working on it. His whole team's working on it. You think that's just like a little thing he had, like an idea he had, like shitting on the toilet?
No, I mean, at the end of the day, it sounds Donald Trump-like. But at the end of the day, there are still people that don't feel like it's going to be necessary. I think it's pretty much, and again, I said this when the elections and everything was coming on and everybody was debating. The Democrats literally right now should be working on building something with the people that backs them. I mean, the Democrats haven't done enough or said enough or moved in a direction that moves the people. That was the problem in the first place. They lost the people.
I think that a lot of people are susceptible to the rhetoric that Trump used, and I think that you're just telling. No, it was regressive, and like he's winding us back to the 1950s, taking away women's rights. He's trying to single-handedly change voting laws across the country with an executive order, with something he put to paper himself. One person's idea. This is not democratic. This is not something we all agreed on. This is something he wants. If you think this is something great and revolutionary, then I guess fine, go with it. But most of you people on the right, and especially probably you, have no idea what either side actually proposes besides the right hating on minorities. That's probably all you know is anti-trans, Trump shouts the loudest, he makes the most sense to me. That's all. You don't even know his political ideas. You don't know his economic ideas. You don't know his whole platform is probably unbeknownst to you. You just really like the way he said it. That's all you're saying.
No, that's not close, but that's okay. Again, going back to the old boogeyman scenario when every day most people just go to work, they want to know, and again, like tariffs, as they're going to affect maybe your pockets slightly, especially if you're a consumer. What people are distracted on is like you have, and again, whether it's good or bad, you have a businessman who is, whether you like him failed or not, because there's all kinds of opinions on what type of businessman he is, but you have somebody who legitimately has an interest in American business doing well. And you, at the same time,
you can't even substantiate a thing he's going to do for businesses, can you?
What's that?
Can you tell me a thing he's going to do for businesses? Can you tell me a thing he's going to do for businesses that's good?
When you have on the market, the stock market, for example, how the American economy is. It doesn't affect everybody. Doesn't invest in the stock market. But at a point now where you should be, like accumulating assets, there is a time now where this generation, the young generation, can accumulate assets in this corrective measure. Before we had inflated stock prices, we still do. We're still somewhat inflated. We're the strongest stock market.
So you're justifying his actions that tanked the stock market. I got it.
No, I mean, the stock market goes through cycles regardless. That doesn't matter. But do you realize, I mean, and I don't know if you're invested and if your portfolio is down, but this is a time in a corrective market, you should be doubling down, remaining in cash, and looking at investing in American business. Because you know what's going to happen? The cycle is going to turn over, and most people who have the opportunity right now to go through these corrections
people are selling, bro.
Can come in. What's that?
No, people are selling.
No, retail is selling. Yeah, retail. The basically retail, which is considered the dumb investor. businesses and big people are pushing markets, manipulating markets, and waiting for everything to drop at the bottom. And what do? They buy at the top. People are selling, and what do? You buy fear. That's what you're supposed to do.
I get you're literally just yapping about what you should do when the stock market is going bad. But yes, Trump did fuck up the stock market. It is his fault directly, and you're somehow giving him a win, and this is very cultish behavior.
I'm buying.
Yeah, you're like I said, you're giving him a win when he fucked up the stock market and the economy, and we still don't know what to expect. We don't, like you're saying, he's doing exactly what we wanted him to do. What is that? What is he gonna do? And then you just admitted you don't know what he's gonna do. No one knows. That's why the stock market's fucked up. So you can't have both. It's contradicting.
The stock market is emotional, period. I mean, if you're focused on accumulating assets in a point in a time where corrections are supposed to be done, and it is a realignment of the way the United States should do business with the entire world. It has to be done. It has to be.
Yeah, nobody's going to invest right now, and if you do, you're an absolute fucking moron because you don't know what he's going to do to make whatever industry do better or worse. You are a moron if you're buying. That's why the stock market is going down. That is why. There's uncertainty.
Stocks are assets. So are you a moron if you bought real estate right now?
No, because that is not an uncertain. That is not an uncertain investment.
Why isn't it? Why is real estate just not an uncertain investment? Because the real estate market is looking like the bottom may fall
because
out.
We don't import real estate, bro. Because everything that's being affected is because of his tariffs. So if you own a car company or if you buy stock in a company that makes cars, you don't know if you're going to be successful next month. So nobody's buying your stock. In fact, you're selling it because you are projected to have way fewer sales considering that the tariffs are going to affect the market. That's why the stock market's doing bad. It is not a good idea to buy it right now. It is a fucking dumb idea to buy right now. And you can't, and the fact that you just brought up real estate is the exact, I mean, it just points out how silly you are. That has nothing to do with the stock market, bro.
Do you realize, again, the idea that what you're projecting, like I said, these businesses have been overinflated for years. The stock market is overinflated. The correction that we're going through and still being the strongest market in the world, again, you can invest. Because your investment goes down, whether it goes to a fluctuation or not, does not make you stupid in buying an asset that you
literally the whole market of stock brokers right now all agree it's a bad idea to buy. That is why the stock market is down, my friend. You're literally trying to make sense of nothing. That is why the stock market's down. Uncertainty. Wall Street themselves says that the stock market's down because of uncertainty.
I came on here again, and I'm hearing the same basic things. The boogeyman, the stock market will be around in 2 or 3 months. This conversation, when I roll back around to TikTok, and the stock market is still mumbling around these levels, or they're actually up. Maybe they've gone down a little bit more from here because the correction. Do you know what the correction is right now? That all the doom and gloom that everybody is talking about? Do you know what the correction is? Do you know what the percentage is? Do you know what it is? Could you give me a
go ahead and tell me. Go ahead and tell me how small it is. Go ahead.
Let me know.
Go ahead and tell me how small it is.
Because it's big. It's a big deal in the stock market. But you tell me. Like all this doom and gloom. He fucked up the stock market. What is the correction? What is it?
You tell me. Tell me.
10%.
Did you know that Trump is known to tweet that if we lost 1,000 points in the stock market, that the president should be impeached? Did you know that?
I do. Last term, I do.
Yeah.
I didn't support him last term.
Huh.
But I've been an investor.
But that makes him a hypocrite, doesn't it?
I mean, yeah. Like politics, they jump on whatever's hot, whatever's not. Yeah, absolutely. That's politicians. Period.
10% is a shit ton, man. Oh my god. I don't. Dude. I can just. I'm sorry, but there's no. You can paint an old barn red, but there's still gonna be shit inside. The truth is, this is a horrible situation, and we were projected to have a growth in GDP. Now we're expected to have a decline in GDP. It's bad news, and it's because of Trump, and it's because he doesn't even understand how his own tariffs work. It is not a real. I'm sure he's given you guys some great ways to justify those words exactly. I've heard 1,000 times. But this is anybody who's smart, anybody who's keen to economics knows that he is completely dumb.
Basically, changed the definition of recession. He did the same thing.
Biden did not do things to hurt the economy. Can you tell me a thing he did to hurt the economy?
Well, I know. He overinflated. Yeah, he overinflated it and lied to the people basically on the ideas of where the markets were. Yeah, absolutely.
Biden did that.
Yeah, the whole.
What did he do to overinflate it?
Change the definition of recession.
No.
When they got the numbers.
No.
When they got the numbers.
No.
The quantitative easing. That didn't hurt it. I mean, basically. So I mean, are you waiting for it? Are you waiting for quantitative easing?
Are you okay? So you're gonna tell me. You're gonna tell me. You're gonna tell me. So Trump printed way more money than Biden. Did you know that?
I'm not okay,
like 4 times more.
All I'm asking, because I know both sides.
You're all over the place.
I know both sides of the aisle. Like I said, no, I'm literally, like you said, it's hypocritical. I said in politics. What I was talking about, again, we went back. We started going down the alley of the stock market. You said Trump's fucked the stock market up. So I'm just going back and I'm saying, what are you looking for now? Are you waiting for the reprint? Are you waiting for the printer to go burr?
I don't know. I guess
question, right?
I guess just tell me what you're trying to do. You're just all over the place, bro. Sydney, thank you for the $10. You're dealing with this guy anytime. Thank you, Sydney.
Because again, when I was neutral and I voted for Trump based on message and based on what I felt like this administration was going to do.
His message was incoherent, bro. It was incoherent.
It was going through and pushing out the reality.
You're saying a lot of stuff without saying anything.
I mean, like I said, we spoke.
You're hitting the word limit on an essay right now.
Actual election, and I spent my time on, and that's fine. I mean, we disagree, and if my advice to you, which I know you're not going to take, is buy now, create wealth now. Do it while, again, salaries never kept up with markets, but they're not going to go backwards. Markets are being corrected, so your salaries are going to actually buy more assets now. And if they do go down, you haven't lost. You take that, you double down, you buy in the red, you buy with the corrections. If the real estate market went down, would you buy?
Yes.
If houses became cheaper, would you buy?
You can't conflate real estate with stocks, bro.
Idea.
It is not the same idea. Stop trying to stop trying to sound smart. You sound very uninformed right now, man.
Okay. I mean, if you say so. Wealthy people have assets. What do they have? They have stocks. They have real estate. They have gold. It's an asset. What do you mean?
Okay.
They move in waves. Gold goes up and down. It's at an all-time high. Real estate goes up and down. It's at an all-time high.
I can't. I'm losing brain cells. Guys, buy assets. What's up, dude?
What's up? How you doing, Pickles?
Doing okay. What do you make of that last guest?
I think he was spot on. So your strategy with stocks is you buy high and you sell low. You sell low. Is that what you do? Is that
no? I think you're just straw manning my position But when I'm saying the stock market
No,
is
no, no.
diving and it's still diving, I hope you buy all the stocks right now. Go for it. Go for it.
The big money, is, and you're right. There's uncertainty, so there's cash on the sidelines, absolutely. But the money is starting to invest in the market now with the correction. You know, it's the old adage, when everyone is
This is not a correction. Like you
selling,
just
you
said,
should
it's
buy.
uncertainty. This is not a correction. It's
Yeah.
uncertainty.
Yeah.
It's not both.
No. Dude, it is both, because the AI and everything that was surrounding it was overbought. If you look at what happened with the stock market going up on the day that Trump was elected, and then when he introduced all the tariff talks and doubled down on them, then they got that. Then that made the uncertainty what it is now. But it is a good opportunity to buy. No one's going to be able to
You don't know. You
predict
don't know if this
the
is the
low.
bottom. If you buy now and it tanks even further, isn't that bad, bro?
Yeah, but you can't predict what the bottom is going to be. And he was exactly right. Kinfit was exactly right.
Was it the
So
smart
what?
move
Go
to buy
through-
during the Great Depression? Should you have bought back then too?
No. Oh, we heading for the Great Depression. Come on.
No, but I'm just illustrating to you that
listen.
that you are straw manning my position and I am straw manning
No, no, no.
yours.
No. A correction is somewhere between 5 and 10%. We're about right there now. Okay. So whether it goes down another 5%, who cares? That over the next 2 months, 3 months, who cares? By the next 12 months, if you're an investor and not a trader, you should be buying now. Because the tariffs are somewhat priced into the market, and they will also figure it itself out, because tariffs are not bad, they're actually good.
Literally nobody agrees with you.
Wait, you think tariffs are bad?
Blanket tariffs are bad.
Every country we do business has tariffs.
Do they have blanket tariffs?
No.
Okay.
But
That's
here's
what
what's gonna happen
you're not
is-
arguing the same point I am. Blanket
No,
tariffs are bad.
I am. No, I am.
Blanket
Because
tariffs
here's
with
the
a B.
thing. Okay, so let me ask you this. Everything is, in my estimation, everything is going to work out with tariffs in terms of they're going to go from blanket to probably targeted, or at least we're going to get some type of reciprocal tax on them. And when they figure that out, will you say, oh, tariffs are great?
If he does it correctly, then sure, I'll say tariffs, targeted tariffs are great, which I have never said they're not. You keep
Okay.
trying to conflate blanket with targeted.
No.
Trump has
No,
talked
I
about
didn't.
nothing
I
but
just said that.
okay, Trump is
Just said that.
somehow he's going to figure it out, as if he didn't have 4 years to figure out his economic plans already.
No,
he's going to
dude,
start doing blanket tariffs, and somehow he's going to do the right thing in your head, which we have no idea what he's going to do, because once again, I'm going to say it, he never told us his plan. He's never shared his plan. We have no idea what he's going to do. And if you ask any MAGA, he's going to do the most brilliant version of his dumb plan.
Okay, I'll address that right now. So first of all, when he threw out the blanket tariffs are for two reasons. They're so it hopefully gets manufacturing businesses to your own country. It also, if we put tariffs on them, then we're going to collect more money. And the other use of them is to have the for negotiation purposes. Okay, so right now we're in the negotiation stage, and he slaps it as a threat. He slaps blanket tariffs on as a threat.
He's not. This is not what he said. He's using blanket tariffs to fund the government, and that's what half of y'all come up here and tell me. So which one is it, bro?
So when he changes, if he changes, you'll say, okay, now he's on
When
the
and
right
if?
track with tariffs.
Come on, bro. How are you always trying to fucking twist and turn what he's doing into something magically great? Your version of it that works.
Because you got to separate blanket tariffs and negotiate. You got to put blanket tariffs with negotiation and threatening, and then you got to say, okay, but this is going to work itself out later on, because
Because
if
blanket
it
tariffs are bad, right?
If yeah.
Okay, but and that's what he's doing.
Yeah, I just said that. He's using it as a negotiation.
No, he's not. What are we going to get out of China?
No, and let me.
What negotiations are happening with China right now?
I don't even know.
None. They're just there.
Okay. Well, when they go into effect, then we'll see.
They're already in effect. They've been in effect.
On your other point, Pickles, like Jen Psaki said exactly this just a few weeks ago. She said, as Democrats, we can't just put out there that we're acting like professors of political science, okay? You can't just say, oh, if you don't know the name of the bill, then you're voting for the wrong person. She said that if you run on the principles that the people want, it doesn't matter what the bill's called. When Trump said, I'm going to close the border, I'm going to fix inflation, I'm going to fix the economy, that's all the people needed to hear. But you act like if I don't know the name of the bill that he put out with his plan, then I'm an uninformed
I don't care what the
voter.
name of it is. I want to know what his plan is. What's his plan with tariffs? What's his actual plan? You and I are debating on, we are debating on what his tariffs are going to be. You've got an idea. The next MAGA person I talk to is going to have a completely different idea. None of us know. And if you pretend to know, you're lying because he did not write it down. He did not discuss it with y'all. He said things like, I'm going to fix the economy day one. And that's what you guys believed. You believed him without a plan. And then you're justifying him not having a plan because you think Jen Psaki is the authority on political debates. And she's not.
No, what I'm saying is the strategy that you have of naming every word of his plan was a losing strategy that you're doubling down on. I said Trump said he's going to close the border, which he did. Okay, encounters are down.
He didn't close the
97%.
border, did he? He made sure nobody wants to come. What law did he pass on closing the border?
97%.
What law did he pass to close the border, though?
The Trump law of just getting into office, and then encounters were down 97%.
Listen, tourism's going to be down 97%, just like that, too. That's why what he's doing is ineffective.
There's what you're doing again. You're saying, what did he pass in order to shut down
Exactly. There's nuance. I don't care what it's called. I want to know what action, what mechanism is stopping it. And what if we all knew what he was going to do was put people in concentration camps to lower the increase of people coming here, then we wouldn't have voted for this, would we have? We wouldn't. Hey, okay, do you think that sending people without trial to that prison CCOT is a good idea? Do you think that if he ran on that, you think he would have convinced people to vote for him?
The where they're holding TDA gang members?
Well, allegedly, people who we have not proven to be these people.
Allegedly?
Yeah. Have we proven any of them to be TDA?
Okay, let me ask you this. If you don't think they're TDA, you take you and Harry and Dean and Chris and you put yourself in that prison, and you tell me that you're not going to be in you go in there, okay?
That doesn't prove anything. What we do is we put people in trial. We put people in criminal. We put them in trial.
We haven't proven that they're gang members, so why don't you join them there?
Why would that be? Why would that be your test?
Why don't you put your family in there? Because we have no proof that they're gang.
How is that a gotcha?
Put your family in there.
Okay, that prison is full of bad people. I agree with you, right?
There you go.
But not all of them are, right? Are all of them 100% TDA?
No, the percentage is
So they're not.
so low that it's worth what they're doing. Absolutely.
It's horrible. It's horrible that you can justify sending innocent people to the worst prison on earth.
Let me ask you this. How many people have been murdered in that prison?
I don't know how many.
How many that are not gang members?
I don't know. How is this a
Okay.
win for you? How is this a gotcha? If it's
Okay.
100 or 0, it doesn't matter to
Okay.
me.
Oh, it doesn't? Because how many murders did these gang members commit?
We don't know. We don't even know if they're gang members, man.
So TDA has not murdered anyone?
Of course they have. Of course they have.
Okay.
But I can't believe that your brain has so many holes in it that you're not. Your line of logic is they're either all or none. All or none. This is so bad. This is such broken thinking.
No, of course there's going to be a couple collateral damage, and hopefully we'll get.
What
that
if
right.
one of your friends or family members was taken to that prison wrongfully without a chance to have trial? How would you feel about that?
I would fight it and do whatever I could.
Well,
to
what
get
do you
him
mean?
out.
Do you want gang members here in the USA?
Eventually, I'd get.
You
him
want
out.
gang members here now?
No, I didn't say 100%.
Okay, see,
I
that's what
agree
you're
with
doing
you.
to me.
Now,
You know how frustrating that line of logic is?
Nope, I'm not doing to the at all. I already agreed that not 100% are gang members.
Okay,
I already-
you see
I
how
agree.
frustrating, how dumb that line of logic is?
Yeah, no. Your other point about like Trump's violating people's First Amendment right?
Yeah.
You don't have a right. You don't have a right for hate speech. You don't have a right to interfere with other people's civil rights when it comes to can they get to class? Can they do that? You don't get to go on a news.
You have the right to protest. It is literally written in the First Amendment.
Of course.
Okay, and is Trump stopping people from protesting, just plain protesting, without the violence, without any of that? Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
No.
It's literally in
Because
writing. Yes, he is.
You can stand outside a building, and if people don't feel safe going in there, students, and they feel intimidated, you can't do that. Correct?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yes, you can.
Okay. So the majority of the Jewish students feel intimidated and their safety as
Yes,
a
they like we
And
we
you're
do not
saying
have we do not have do we have it? What amendment is it that protects people's feelings? Which amendment is that?
hate speech is against the
Okay, but
law.
not all of these people protesting what's happening in Palestine is hate speech, is it?
No, not all of them.
Okay, so what you
Significant amount so that there are enough students that feel that their lives are at risk.
do you think
by
we
doing
should stop people from protesting outside of abortion clinics?
No, if they're peaceful, it's fine.
But people feel afraid to go in there and get their medical services.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No,
They
they
feel
don't.
afraid to do that.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. There's literal people who stand outside there to advocate for the women going into those centers.
Dude, give me an example.
There's a whole channel dedicated to it. I watch it all the time. It's called Swan.
Okay, give me an example. Name a couple people that felt intimidated.
Okay, I had an ex that had an abortion. She felt intimidated walking into a clinic.
Did she report it?
What could she report? What do you report? People protesting?
She was intimidated. And
What is that against the law? Feeling intimidated?
Absolutely. If you feel like
It is
there's
not
gonna
against
be
the law.
bodily harm.
It is not against the law. That is not a constitutional right to not feel offended. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's move on. If you cannot, you mentioned a couple news agencies. You cannot say things about a person that are misinformation, or you will be sued. It's not part of the First Amendment for you to say, "Oh, I could say whatever."
You're
I
talking
want
about libel.
someone. Yeah.
So yes, you can actually say some things if these things are if you have reason to say so, if you have reason to believe these things, like we have a reason to believe that Trump is a sexual assaulter. I can say that. Trump will try to sue me for that. That is against my First Amendment right. He will try to do that, and he's done that.
No. You could say whatever you want. You may be sued and held liable.
So you take back what you just said.
But you take that as an attack on the First Amendment, and it's not. You could say whatever you want.
Trump has said that these news stations are illegal. Is that true?
If they spread information, they will be served
Civilly.
civilly. Correct.
But they can say it
So
all
say
day,
whatever
and
you
it's
want.
legal, right?
Say whatever you want.
So when Trump goes around and says that he didn't essay a woman and he was
Pickles,
found
don't
liable to
get
do
caught-
that,
Don't get caught in semantics. Absolutely.
we are
If-
definitely
and
splitting hairs on the
people-
literal semantics of these things. We are going to discuss
People-
the semantics.
People have said that he's a rapist, and if you are in a news agency and you say that,
They would have
you
won
are-
that case.
You can expect to be sued. How are they going to win that?
Because, okay, what is the definition of grape? If your mother had somebody insert something into her genitalia without her consent, is that grape?
Dude, the jury, the first line in the civil case, which didn't even have to be unanimous, the first line in the civil case from the jury on their jury response sheet was, did they prove he was a rapist?
That's not a part of this. That's not part of the jury form. Sorry. You just made that up.
It's literally okay, bring up the jury form. It's literally the first question.
It's literally not.
Pickles, come on. This is old news. It's the first freaking question. Thank you for the follows, by the way.
So, actually, you're right.
Thank you.
But the reason it's different is because of New York law. If they would have asked that again today, New York law has been updated to a digital or any sort of penetration without consent of the genitalia. So by law, back then it wasn't grape, but today it is.
See, this is the strange thing. Is like, you say that yes, they could prove it, and I hate going into the hypothetical world, but like, it's his word against hers. Period. Because there's no witnesses. Okay, so you can't say with 100%.
Wait.
He would be convicted.
You think that he needs to go see his day in trial?
What's that?
He needs to have a due process, huh?
What do you mean?
He needs due process. There needs to be evidence and witnesses. But not for these people who were sent to the worst prison on earth.
They're not citizens.
They have constitutional rights, just like U.S. citizens.
Oh, okay. Now
Do you
you're
not
giving-
think that non-citizens have constitutional rights? They all have 100% constitutional rights.
This is shocking. This is shocking to me. He runs on, and who cares what the name of the plan is? He runs on, I'm going to get violent criminals out. And he does exactly that. And this is what the people asked for. That's what they voted for. And you are doubling down on a
I think you're
losing
backtracking.
strategy of, I can't believe you're locking up these gang members who
Wait,
have committed
we don't know if they're gang
violent
members. They
crimes
need
in
due
our
process,
country.
just like you explained Trump needs.
Holy moly.
They need process, just
They're
like
not
Trump.
citizens. They're
They
not
don't need to be.
citizens.
Do you read the screen right now?
I don't care what it says.
You do have constitutional rights here in the United States, regardless of your
Don't care
immigration
what it
status.
I don't care. I don't want them
So
to commit
that's
one
you
more
losing this
murder. I
conversation.
don't
You
want
not
them-
caring. You
I don't
need
want them-
you need
I
to
don't
omit
want
this
them
fact to win this conversation.
I don't want them to commit one more grape, not one more schmurder.
Trump
I want
Trump
them
Trump
out,
has
and
more
this is what
crimes
we
under
ordered.
his belt than all immigrants last year. All of them
Okay.
have murders.
Yeah, by corrupt judges who are going to they're gonna
Quite a reach.
they're
Quite a
gonna
reach.
see their time. Hey, So all these district courts that are trying to make what Trump's doing unconstitutional, where are they mentioned? Where are the district courts mentioned in the Constitution?
The Constitution is the framework, right? We have laws that go beneath the
Yeah, but
constitutional rights.
tell me where these lower courts are in the Constitution to be
So
able
do
to
you believe that the
determine what
judicial system
Constitution
should
is.
oversee the executive branch just like the checks and balances were designed to, or no?
No. But this is going to play out like, you say, oh, we don't believe in the Constitution. No, we do, because the Constitution says this process will play itself out. And then when it gets up to the Supreme Court, then it's going to be appealed and it will be overturned. Just like the ban on continuing to fund USAID, and then this judge said, "Oh, you can't do that," and then that was just overturned that he can do that.
So do you think the Supreme Court's the only arm of the judicial branch?
It's the highest arm.
But it's not the only?
Yeah, and I forgot
Okay.
to mention this. I forgot to mention this too. If you think tariffs are so bad, this going back to what we were saying before, then why? And you think that prices are going to go up and the economy is going to be so bad, then why would Jerome Powell and the FOMC say that they expect 2 interest rate cuts by the end of the year?
I don't know, but they recently had hesitancy about it. You have an echo. Are you recording me?
You're making that up. You're making that
I'm not
up.
making that up.
You're making that up. Look up what the FOMC said.
So he says 2 cuts coming this year.
Yeah, Pickles. You're gonna not like saying you're right again. So just let's skip over.
They
it,
already
'cause
said.
you're
They
wrong.
already said.
Okay.
Tariffs could delay progress on
Yeah.
lowering inflation.
There you go.
Wait, that's for me, not you.
Yeah, there you go.
What do you mean? There you go.
I know, but you're gonna you're not gonna go on what the FOMC. You're gonna you're pulling up stuff that someone just made up. Okay, the FOMC did not go back a week later and say, "Oh, what we said last week actually isn't true." They say it at the meetings and they vote on it. It's a committee. Hey, so let me ask you this. Isn't this interesting? And I'm not saying that I'm not a big conspiratorialist, whatever that word is. That woman, Catherine Marr, the head of the president of NPR, she's a chair. She has a chair on the board of Signal.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Interesting, huh? Isn't
You
that
know what else is interesting?
Yeah.
Trump has it gets tons of private donations from a private company he uses to charter these deportation flights. Isn't that interesting? He
Yeah,
gets a
no,
lot
they
of
all
money
do.
from them.
Right? All politicians do that, right?
Oh, okay. Now it's all
They get
got it.
They get big donations. They don't get big donations from people and try to carry the torch for them. Are you serious?
He also used a lot of their venues for a lot of his events.
Yeah, that's what he should do. He's got great venues.
Got you. And then same thing with the woman that from NPR on the
Yeah.
chair of Signal. That's what she should do.
Yeah.
She's smart.
Yeah. Listen, that the Kinfit was on the money. You should be buying right now in the stock market. Everything is already priced in.
MAGA.
Everyone knows.
Go buy all the stocks
that
right now.
Blank tariffs. No. Here's the thing. What are the prices in the stock market? What do they signal? What do they signal? What is it indicative of?
They're indicative of Deborah paying me $25 to kick this guy. Thank you, Deborah. Deborah, we love you. Thank you so much. Oh my God. You're killing me, guys. You're killing me. Absolutely killing me. My allergies are killing me today too. W Deborah's in the chat. Thank you so much. I want to find this. I want to find this TikTok that I'm referring to. This is an insane TikTok. Hold on. Absolutely insane right here. I sent it to Johnny. Where is it? Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box.
Looks like I'm connected.
Hello?
Hey, what's good, man?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I am. We'll call me a Trump supporter. Basically, what's your perspective on immigration at the moment right now? I mean, I think I get your perspective, but here's my thing, right? One of the issues that we have is that we have too much immigration, right? Would you argue that we have too much immigration?
No.
You wouldn't argue that we have too much illegal immigration in this country?
How much is too much?
That's definitive, right? How would you measure that? That's a great question.
Yeah, what are the
So,
grievances? What are the pain points?
so a pain point, right? So it would be, you would have falling wages, right? That would be one.
Okay, and
You
you
have too
think
many
that
people coming.
2% of our population is creating a wage gap?
It is one of the pain points, right? So the idea is that depending upon the particular industry that you're discussing, you're going to end up having that. So do you know what an assimilation rate is?
Go ahead and explain.
Assimilation rate is basically the time it takes for an illegal immigrant to come into this country and earn and basically become a member of the society. It's the way you build an individual up to actually becoming a part of your nation, right? So a lot of that has to do with, unfortunately, speaking the language, but also having the education that a natural born citizen would have. Does that make sense?
Is this just a long-winded way to say that there's abstract harm to having people come here and assimilate, but when we actually see the economy is flourishing, there's no, you have no point. The economy actually benefits from all of this immigration, and we have a Congressional Budget Office report on that.
I wouldn't. I absolutely agree the fact that you if you're legally coming in to the country, you're not doing undue harm. If you're illegally coming to the country, because legally when you come to the country, you have a certain set. What are the sets parameters that you can legally come into this country for? You have
It
certain
depends
due
on what
process.
you guys don't even have an idea of what is illegal and what isn't. So
No,
depending on who you,
it's very clear. It's
no, it's
laid
not.
out.
Wait, hold on.
Yes.
The people that
Go ahead.
Trump is deporting, the 500,000 people that Trump is deporting, are those people illegally here?
That's a totally different circumstance. So the idea that I'm laying out here does not necessarily entirely align with the principles between using an act of war against immigration. That's not necessarily what I'm saying here. I'm saying what the general position is of the Republican Party is that you have illegal immigrants, you have people coming in that haven't gone through our education system, are actually on benefits. Now, here's the thing. Federal benefits are not the case, right? That's your argument is that they don't get SNAP benefits, right? However, one of the ways you go about it is actually go through a communal means, food drives, non-discriminatory means of actually getting benefits. So that's what, if you're not screening anything for these individuals that they're actually getting, they'll get benefits. Now, normally they're in emergency situations, which they're going to be getting these benefits for. So that's what they're accessing. They're accessing through communal means and certain state benefits that are more like Massachusetts is a state that is widely renowned for its
So
ability
none
to
of this
actually
has been
harbor
measured. I think this is, again, a long-winded way of saying we have abstract means of loss, but you can't really figure it out. And like we can look at ways that maybe they can get food, like like stuff from food banks and stuff, but still there's no way to measure this. So that again, it's like in the
There's
air.
ways.
It's in the air.
There,
You said
there's
they're
a way. So
non-discriminatory ways of like the non-discriminate ways of distributing
objective
benefits.
means objective. So no, they're being non-discriminatory. So someone who's coming into a food drive, one of the principles that we reside in as a country is that we don't. If you earn $100,000 a year and you want to come and get eggs because you're having a down period, one of the ideas that we hide behind, or we stick behind, is that person, we don't know their position, and maybe they lost their job, or they just don't know how to manage their money, so that we give them that. They're a natural born citizen, and that's okay. Everyone's okay with that. However, that still exposes you to the condition that someone can come in here illegally and still get a benefit that shouldn't be given to them. So it's push-pull factors, right? You have a push-pull factor. So a push-pull factor, obviously, that's a pull factor. A lot of people will argue for the Republican Party is that we have too many pull factors into the United States. Do you feel, and what's your take? How do you feel like we have too many pull factors as the United States?
We have far fewer than every other developed nation.
You think we have far fewer pull factors than every other developed nation?
Yeah, that has universal health care.
Fair enough, but do you think that we have the same amount of pressure, push factors coming in? As every other
I think we fuck with nations. Yes, I think we fuck with nations and fuck them up, and they end up fleeing their nations and coming here. Yeah.
So one of the issues that we have is too many push factors, and which then is causing the Republican Party to cause and do more against any sort of pull factors. So we're bolstering the reduction of the pull factors. So we're reducing our pull factors while we have this undue pressure.
The thing is,
so
half of the problem is that the way to come here legally is impossible.
Yep.
Like it's very hard. And that's another push factor, and that like it's a double-edged sword, or it's a catch-22, because you guys will never make it easier for people to come here legally because you think they're going to come vote Democrat.
No. So here's the principles behind it, right? There's many different reasons for why it's difficult, right? One of the reasons is that, or one of the ways I should say, is that you have to be sponsored. Right?
You don't have to be. That's one way.
One of the ways. Yeah, I said one of the ways is that you have to be sponsored. So this sponsorship gets you in. So the ideal behind that, do you disagree with that principle? That means.
I can agree with it all day long. I think that's fine. Sure.
Okay.
But we don't even know, nobody on your side has any idea on what their opinion is, on what they think is okay for legal immigration, because like I just mentioned, 500,000 people's visas of that nature are being reversed.
So
so nobody even wants to come anymore.
So fair enough. Here's the principle that I think the people in our country, and this actually speaks to what Trump was saying with his gold card, right? That's an immigrant coming in who's investing in the country. So that's an identified immigrant that we say that we want, right? We want someone with a ton of money and all these ideas to come in and to make the country flourish and to innovate. That's the person that we are identifying. So we like immigrants, but only the ones that are going to bolster the United States, not the low income, uneducated individuals, which is what the illegal immigrant element is that they're all coming through the illegal immigrant channel because they're not following the legal channels, because we have made it difficult, but it's because those are the principles that reside within our country. And here's the thing, some of it, and you can debate the statistical parameters of it, but some of it is the principle behind why that number's there, right? Why is it 141,000? Why are we allowing that number? Because it's been analyzed as far as what its impact, the assimilation rates, It can take as long as 20 years to fully assimilate a person into a country.
All right. I'm going to stop you. First of all, like I just said, your assimilation thing is like it's when people finally tap out when I say, hey, the economic benefit of all of these people coming over is undeniably great. It is undeniably great in almost every single way. And you have this weird assimilation word, which may like allude to like social things or cultural things. But when I say the economic impact is good, I stand 10 toes down on the fact it is good in every single way. We are in population decline. We need laborers. We have a shortage. We have people in Florida trying to like determine whether or not we should let kids work overnights now because we have such a shortage of laborers. There is this whole assimilation thing is another boogeyman.
Okay, fair enough. We have been, and this is my argument, we have been overly reliant and we're becoming addicted to illegal immigration for that exact reason.
You can't substantiate that. We still only have a 2% population of migrants here who are not undocumented. It is not an addiction. It is literally a nice little fluctuating labor market that is very useful.
So here's the thing is that it's this small labor market you're suggesting is that it's very small and that it doesn't have any impact. So its removal shouldn't have any impact in any industry.
False.
But 2% exactly. Because 2% in any particular industry can actually have a tremendous standpoint.
It's their overrepresentation in certain industries. It's not just 2% in it, but it's in industries that are just fine. We are just fine with them being represented in those industries in a higher way. It is totally fine. We have numbers showing that if Trump gets what he wants and he deports all of these people, we will see a recession that to the likes of the 2008 housing market crash, a negative 4% GDP.
So that 2%, that small number, is actually not small, and it's actually something that we've become addicted to.
Addicted to, like an addiction implies there's something unhealthy in nature about it, and it is nothing but good.
Let me start there. Okay, so what I would argue is that it's not necessarily good because here's the thing. What are the individuals that are coming over in the United States? They are taking lower wage jobs, right? Most of them they're coming illegally. But here's the thing that's also bringing down the total wage that people can actually earn because in that specific industry, because that has been an unduly pressured by an employee. If they have 100, if I'm an employer, right? I have 100. I have a job market that I can employ 1,000 people, right? But I only need 100, and if I can get 100 people to only work for $10, those are the people I'm going to hire for. Even though you have 900 people that say they need to make $20 an hour, so that brings the overall wages down in that particular industry. So and then that basically reduces the whole. And that other element is that they have a lower education level. So your total education level is going to drop as well. They're not on they haven't gone through our education system. They haven't gone through the elements of how to be competitive in our wage set. And so that's where and I agree.
You absolutely cannot go around saying that migrants are causing our education system to fail or for our numbers to start carving. They do not curb our numbers because I can just show you a map where the Bible Belt, people who champion your shitty legislation on the right, are the champions of people dropping out before 9th grade. You guys, your culture, are the ones bringing us down to the United States in the education and where we rank in the world. It's Republican states. If Texas would see this overwhelmingly, California would see this overwhelmingly if your theory was true, and that's not the case. California would have horrible education rates, and that's not the case. It's fucking Louisiana. It's Mississippi. It's fuck ass Kentucky. It's not California. It's not Arizona. It's not Texas.
I would say that's outweighed by the fact that those are also much larger population sizes. And then also,
wouldn't it be harder to educate a larger population? Wouldn't you guys be able to focus like a motherfucker in Louisiana on education?
The impact of that immigration relative to the size of its population isn't as significant. so that doesn't bring the education levels in that particular area down as much. If you pass it through to a lower population size, then that's actually going to have an impact. Now, you're right. You have a bunch of uneducated people in some of the Bible Belt area because they're afraid of the federal system, and they're mad about the federal education system, and they don't like the fact that they can't say Jesus is their Lord and Savior. I get that. That's not true. They want to privatize education, and that might be a less of an education, but that's still. So this goes to the stance. One of the things that we need to do as a nation is come together to understand what we can actually do jointly, and it should be in this whole infrastructure of actually getting us all to the same level. We can't compromise on that.
Well, that's what the Department of Education, the federal Department of Education, did. Is it filled those gaps, which you guys just fought for that to happen, to undo. So you can spare me, dude.
So that's fair that Trump did that. Now the thing is that I don't think he ran on that.
He certainly did.
He ran on abolishing the Department of Education. I can't recall that necessarily being.
I debated people
mentioned.
for 5 months about it.
All right. Well, fair enough. So and one of the principles, again, this goes to the privatization, where the Republican Party basically is suggesting that we can't leave it to the federal level, because when it gets to the federal level of education, it gets libertized. And
no, like the more educated, the more likely you are to become a liberal, because you start at like using using critical thinking. But it's not that we're indoctrinating people, it's that we're bringing them out of a doctrine. We're bringing them out of the stupid ideology of like Christianity and the backwards thinking of the Dark Ages.
But here's the thing, that's the resistance. If you're bringing them out and you're you're having a salvation from this education element, then naturally people are going to feel assaulted by actually that transition. If every single person that goes through the federal education system now is less of a Christian, they're going to feel like it's good for the galaxy. They're going to feel like it's less of a policy that they're going to want to support. I mean, if every time I put you through something, your kid came out, I don't know, a Republican Party, every time they went to a church or something like that, then you'd feel like I can't have you go there. But if it's state sponsored, federally sponsored, they're going to feel assaulted. So I don't know how you do it right now, and I would be interested in see how you would actually still be able to make sure that both mindsets are still actually able to be accounted for in this, so you don't break the federal system like we have, and make sure that when someone goes through an educational process that they don't become unchristian or unbibletized, however you want to say it. Like what's your argument there? What did we do? What would you say we did wrong? Or do you feel like it's fine that no one believes in Christ?
I don't think I think it's totally fine that no one believes in fairy tales, and I think it's totally fine. What we're seeing is people who have a lot of money, i.e., the churches who've never had to pay taxes a day in their lives. They're coming in, they're affecting our politics, and they're paying people like Trump, the Heritage Foundation. They are funding political parties like Trump's. And they're trying to get this pushed back into public schools, or they're trying to push people out of public schools so that they can relearn that the earth is 6,000 years old, or that they could relearn that people are made of fucking clay, that there's talking snakes, things like that. Things that you would only believe if you went to this weird church and all convinced each other it was true twice or 3 times a week, rather than just going to public school where they only champion ideas that you can repeat, that you can prove with science, that you can repeat and show that you get the same results.
And so I get that, but here's the thing. It breaks a core piece that holds together the moral and guiding principles. I mean, Trump aside, I get it. But moral and guiding principles of the Christian faith. If you shatter the structure which they say this, you follow the Bible and stuff, be a part of a communal family and follow faith, right? And then you go into a libertized area, and then that basically says be a free spirit, do whatever you want. You can be gay, you
every
can be this, you can be
everywhere
that.
where we
And
see you guys have control of these things and write the laws and create your own little cultures, i.e. the Bible Belt, you guys have the highest divorce rates, you have the highest crime rates, you have the highest poverty rates, the highest the dropout rates. None of this actually works. None of it works in practice.
but here's the thing. People are adherent to it, even if it doesn't work, which I'm not ready to argue whether or not it actually worked, because I can't speak to it, but I do understand the fact that you can sit there and say that it's not actually applicable to because of that statistics that you're laying out, but it's what people adhere to. If you want to convert people, you have to understand from that perspective that these people are going through a situation where they feel like their whole religion is being attacked, that the principles in
As it
which they
should
grew
be.
up on
We
are
should
being
be able
attacked.
to scrutinize things in the
Well, you
open.
can scrutinize, but attack is different, right? Or basically it
You guys,
deconstruct.
this is something that we should hold each other accountable for. You guys coming around and saying that people in the LGBTQ community are doing things to children, for instance. And here's the facts. Republicans are actually the ones doing things to children. People in the church are the ones doing things to children. People in the family are doing things to children. They're not Democrats. They're not the LGBTQ community. So yes, we are going to come out in the open. We're going to come say this stuff to your face. It's no longer taboo for us to discuss this in the open now because you made it this way. We are going to tell you to your face now that you guys are the ones, the call is coming from inside the house. You guys are diddling kids. You guys are the ones indoctrinating kids, not us.
Here's the thing: you're going to always end up with a defensive response. How do you, if psychology, how do you end up converting an individual who sits there and just says, you did this wrong, you did that wrong? The first thing they're going to do is find
I'm not
something
going to
that they can
coddle
attack
you.
you with.
I don't care.
You don't, no, there's not about coddling. It's not about coddling. It's about finding common ground in that positioning. So what you're doing right now is you can lay that out. It's how you lay it out. If you use it as a factual fire point, you're not going to end up converting anybody. All you're going to end up doing.
I don't plan on converting. I plan on people on the sidelines who are neutral to see the facts. And when they're presented with one side or the other, they're able to make a more educated decision. I don't think there's anything that you can undo to undo the doctrine that maybe you have learned.
We are becoming extraordinarily polarized in this country. And the reality is that the right thinks that the left is all about making I don't think I can say the word LGBTQ community thinks that they're very adherent to that status in every facet, furry or what have you. That's what they think. That's what they've made the left party to be. And because we've been this accepting party of everything, so everything that you can possibly accept, the right has set it up so that the left thinks that that is them. And
we have a thing called data, and we can just show you it's you. So there you go.
No, so and then the idea is that also the left is making the right out to say this is all a bunch of garbage, and all you say is that you need to be that we're all a bunch of crazy individuals. Now I lay out the fact that Trump is definitely being far more right-leaning, and I would say following. I'm surprised the Democratic Party did not have a response to Project 25, which I believe they're still working on. But I'm pretty sure Trump is almost verbatim following Project 25, and even though when he was running, he was trying to say that he wasn't following Project 25. But what I can't understand is why it is so difficult for us to stop being so defensive and so attack pointed and gotcha whenever we're having these public political conversations.
I don't think that's really my platform. I do that sometimes.
We've been good.
I do that sometimes, but yes, I don't pull my punches anymore. We are at the tipping point, and scholars and the rest of the world all pretty much agree that Trump is an authoritarian. We are on the tipping scale of fascism. We are there. I know it sounds crazy. I know it makes us sound wild and crazy, but we are nosediving into fascism. We are.
And when you go ahead and then you basically ignore judicial orders and you also go ahead and well, here's the thing. He's only able to do that right now because he's got so much of the right faith. He's got all of these people that are he's got Congress scared that if you go against Trump, that you're going to get voted out.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah, but here's the principles is that the right why are the people on the right, such as myself, why are we adherent to that side? And what has pushed us to this point? And I would argue it's because the left kept pushing. First, we wanted more freedom, more this. Here's the thing, right? DEI. We can go to DEI. Oh, I don't know. So the DEI principle, right, was supposed to be diversity, equity, inclusion. Correct? It was the fact that when you come in here and I see that you're a black individual, I don't discriminate. I don't look at Marquise versus Mark, and I don't say that they're different, right?
Okay, but hold on.
Go ahead.
You literally do, though. We have data that shows you're 20% less likely to receive a call back if your name on your resume is something like that. It is literally a fact, and that's why we have it.
So that was supposed to be the guiding principle, which DEI is. Here's the thing. Then we put in an individual who's responsible for DEI at every Fortune 500 company. And then all of the index companies, let's say Vanguard and stuff, who actually own the companies also had their own progressive policies that they were pushing a narrative of and that you have to adhere to. So it got more and more left and no one saw the end to it.
We are not even seeing any negative consequences to this. We don't even see anybody practicing hiring practices that have lowered the standards in the name of DEI or DIA, which is the actual name.
Okay. And I cannot give you a specific on that. What I can say though is that you have private companies who are using what some may argue is a arbitrary figure, right? You have bricklayers, right? If you have bricklayers, what is the female population of bricklayers out? As
Very
a percentage
small.
of it.
Very
small, right? So if you say you need 50% of your bricklayers have to be executive bricklayers within a company have to be women. What kind of expertise do you think
Who's
they bring to
enforcing that? Who's saying that?
So I'm not going to say that there's not a particular industry.
There's no one doing that, dude.
No, there are industries that use figures in this
A
arbitrary
private
way.
industry, can decide to do that, and that's their business. We don't get to decide. Yeah, we don't get to like legislate whether or not they can do that. They can do that all day, and if they don't succeed, they don't succeed.
Yes, here's the thing. That was basically the idea of sucking up to the Democratic leftist party. Is as they pushed that narrative, they kept moving that this is the direction we're going. So we kept moving that direction. Now, the federal policies were a little bit different. Most of them didn't have those arbitrary figures. There was some level of arbitrary figures.
Again, I just told you this is not a thing happening, and you're just saying this like this is the new boogeyman. This is DEIA is just a new way for you guys to say the N-word. That's it.
This happened. This literally was how this was.
And what company did this?
I'd have to go back and check.
Okay.
But if you,
okay. You have no actual pain points, bro.
I believe Target picked it up, and I believe
a private company.
No, again, private companies, and I'd have to again.
Okay, so it's none of your business. It's their prerogative.
No, what I'm saying, what we're speaking to right now, right? Remember, why did the right become such a majority right now?
Because they're using confusing things like DEI to make you believe that this is bad, and when you can't even point to a thing that it's affecting you. Like there's nothing you can point to that says this is where it's gone too far. You don't have anything. You have nothing.
I will argue that it is sort of a community grounded fact. in the sense that it's an embellishment of the fact.
I've never even
Absolutely.
heard. It is everything and nothing. It is nothing. And same thing with the trans thing. You guys were fed a bunch of anti-trans legislation, like saying that we're coming after their kids and that we're trying to teach kids pronouns and all this stuff. Nowhere have we pushed a piece of legislation that says that we should do all of this stuff that you're saying. We are being gaslit into protecting these communities and stopping you guys from punching down on minorities. Because you guys you just can't help yourselves.
So that's the right narrative, right? But why did it connect with so many people?
Because people
Why did the
living
right narrative connect?
think about who votes for the right. People that go to church who clutch their pearls at the first sight of a gay person or a trans person that they've never seen before. Somebody out in the rural area who've been in a because they're in a bubble. They're in a bubble and they're in an echo chamber and they've never seen these things before. So they are very naive.
So how do you reach out and change a community which is so structured in its way that they're scared to change? Do you force them?
No. Is that what we're doing? Are we forcing them? No.
No. What are you doing right now? As I mean, I would argue that this could be considered an echo chamber, right?
I'm constantly trying to find the opposition of my viewpoints and have people hear both sides. It's not an echo chamber. Just like saying if you were to invite people into your church every day who were atheists and asked y'all questions such as how did God create this and that, it is not. It is called blasphemy, isn't it? Where we question the word of the Bible.
It's dependent upon the level and extent at which you follow and the adherence to which you follow the Bible. But you could argue that there's a lot of people.
I can ask you guys questions that would be the first thing that I would be like the first thing I would ask myself when hearing some of y'all's beliefs. You guys have never heard these questions before. You act like it's just so foul to bring some of these things up. My parents are very religious, and I've talked to them about it, and it is so taboo. They don't want to hear anything about it. We can't talk about it. It's untouchable.
So
that's an echo chamber.
That's a perfect iteration. Is that how would you ever with your parents, right? In the fact that these are sensitive subjects, if you can't change your parents' perspective, if you can't approach them in a way that can bring down their defenses and come to the discussion and have a table which can move things, then we're never going to progress.
That's not my fault. I can do this with other things in every other facet of my life. That is y'all's. That is the fault of the religious people. They clutch their pearls at any point in time where their religion is tested.
Okay, let's skip fault because I agree that it's not your fault and that's a poor utilization. What's your responsibility?
What's my responsibility? I don't know. I can either.
What's your mission?
I don't know, but if some of these people want to come here and hear adjacent conversations to that, if they want to hear me and you talk about it, that's probably the only way they'll be exposed to some of these questions where they'll start deconstructing their religion. It's not going to be me talking to my parents and risking my whole relationship with them. That's not going to happen.
And I would argue that you can't do that. I agree that you can't sit there and use politics to destroy your relationship with your family. I would never advocate for that, and I think that's a fact that becomes deleterious. And for me here, one of the reasons why we originally got to the point where we had so much progression is because people came up to shoulders with their friend who was African American, and they heard about someone calling them a bad word or a racist word, and they didn't support that. So we started shifting from from a right policy, and we got more progressive slowly because we got more interaction with, and we knew more people. We were more intimately integrated, and we said, I respect you because you're a good person and I know all this other stuff about it. And this person just judged you on your skin color. And I don't agree with that. That's bullcrap. So, but somehow some of that has fallen apart, and not for nothing, still the Republican Party gets a certain amount of African American votes. And I would argue that there's still, and so to suggest that necessarily that we are so discriminatory that we can't support people or don't support DEI or stuff isn't necessarily the case. I think the idea is that we support equality. The idea is that it's just been pushed too far. And so how can you and I feel like there's a certain amount of trigger. The idea that you could drop this prerogative of DEI and still have it exist might be an issue that everybody has. And if it wasn't just policy, sorry, you have something to say. Go for it.
Again, we're just being gaslit and defending DEI. There's nothing. Can you tell us a thing we've done since DEI was initiated that to push it further left? Can you tell us a thing we did?
It starts from the top. That's all I can say is it starts from the
What's
top.
it?
And the initiative, the push.
And what people at the top did what?
Well, like you had said, the enaction of the DEI policy, the and further initiatives by Congress members to push the policies forward.
Okay,
And
can you give me an example? Because I have a feeling we haven't really done anything like that in a long time.
But here's the thing: natural flow, privatization of the industry was slow to respond to the negative.
So the organic change in society that is antithetical to the racism and bigotry of the past is what you're blaming this on?
I would say it was it was the slow response of private industries and the consistent push from the federal level that had the policies in place that didn't inherently lead to the adaptation of the private industries that made them feel like they're either, and it could be at federal funding levels, the fact that they had these policies that they had to have
Okay,
these policies,
we don't
especially
see anything like that. We don't see anything like that. There's no proof of it. Again, you have no examples of this. I have examples of the exact opposite. I have examples of Trump just literally ending anti-segregation laws, literally defunding colleges and multiple like memorials and every arm of the military and making them erase every single sentiment that has to do with race, color, sexuality, or any thing of the likes. Trump has literally erased it in a single, his own one person, his decision was able to do this. Not like a community, like concerted effort. This is just him making that decision for all of you. Can you show me an equal pushing point on our side? Because there's not one. There is not one.
You're saying that something that has been so polarized and spear tipped from the initiative of Trump that has been pushed as hard or basically removed as quickly from the Democratic Party?
Yes, something like an equal effort pushing the opposite direction from us. Go ahead.
Nope, I don't got it. I don't necessarily have anything that I can sit there and say that the Democratic Party. The only thing I could say is that it was always the narrative of basically what you couldn't say was the issue that a lot of people had. People and people have is that it feels like I can't call anybody any kind of name. I feel like my free
God
speech is being
forbid.
revoked. And the reality is people felt like their freedom of speech was being encroached upon because they couldn't tell anybody anything. Everything was taboo. The TV and legacy media kept going, don't call anybody this, that. We're going to remove Christmas and all these other things.
The war on Christmas is another example of gaslighting. No one's going around trying to bully any businesses into not saying Merry Christmas.
They chose to.
This is yes, exactly. And if people, our society has become less and less Christian because we have the internet. We are the most informed generation that has ever existed. We have all of the data at our fingertips. We can Google things such as is the earth flat or not. We can find out that these things are easily debunkable and far fewer people are becoming faithful and religious. And this is a huge reach for you guys to save yourselves from dying off.
And yet here we are, right? Somehow it's become polarized, or these points have become polarized to the point where now we are the majority. So we're saying that, all of a sudden we don't like the or the Christian faith is falling apart, and that's why the Progressive Party made this progress. But now we are in the state that we have now, where you're saying that okay, we actually all of a sudden got the majority, and now we're pushing back again and against these policies that were basically are now more pro Christian, we'll call it, and and that's where I feel like that's a difference, right? That's a difference maker in the sense that somehow we've pushed a party to the point where now you're converting people through policy that
It's not true.
came from
You're
the
not the
top.
majority. You guys won by 1.7% margin, but more people voted for someone other than Trump than people voted for Trump.
And yeah, here. So, but here's the thing. Right now, he's got. Well, I think he got last polled 76% of people.
This does not prove anything. This does not prove anything. I literally can ask you up and down.
Go ahead.
I can literally ask you up and down about things that you agree with and disagree with Trump, and you've just listed a handful of things you don't agree with Trump on.
That would be the case. But
okay,
here's
and
the
then
thing,
people
that
are not
doesn't-
polling well for Democrats right now because we're mad that they can't do anything. They have no mechanisms
because they don't have the
to go
majority.
against them.
They don't have the majority in the Congress. They don't have this, the
Exactly.
Supreme Court, and
we have few
all
people.
branches of government.
Yeah, and we have Trump and Musk single-handedly affecting all of the arms of our government with all of their money. Why you can't blame us? We're blamed because Trump lied to get elected.
So you're saying that the only reason why Trump and the Republican parties got the majority and are holding the majority, and I would say that they may have some seats upended soon.
Yeah,
but
they lied.
They is because Trump is a good propagandist and marketer.
Yes, he followed the Nazi playbook. Yeah.
So essentially, you're suggesting that Trump was from as Trump really didn't own much. I will agree that he owned a brand, so he's essentially a marketer. Correct. That was his scheme. He didn't really invent much. He tried to do Trump steaks.
He's a con man. Yes, he's just a con man. He can talk fast. He can talk around the points. He said a whole bunch of nothing to you guys. Like he was going to fix the economy day one. He literally delivered every single thing that anybody wants to hear, and overpromised and had no plan to execute any of these promises. He also distanced himself from Project 2025, which you just admitted to, which is his entire plan. That is all that he's focused on right now, is carrying out all of those plans in perfect order. So yes, he lied to get elected. Yes.
Order, so here's the other initiative here. He ran on we'll call it three things. Make America great again.
Which means nothing.
Immigration. We'll debate that, but make America great again, the immigration, and then government efficiency. Would you argue those probably the
none of
three
those things
biggest
are
polls?
actual plans. None of those things are actual
That's initiatives. Call it initiatives.
Okay,
right?
those are bumper. Those are bumper stickers. All right, those are concepts of plans. So like, Kamala could have said the same things using different.
I remember that.
Okay, yeah, she could say the same exact things using different phrasing, and it'd still mean exactly nothing. We wanted to know, what are you going to do with our taxes? What are you going to do with the economy? What are you going to? Okay, no, you're supposed to. You're supposed to actually have the plan and present it to people. You guys didn't need that. You guys didn't need that. You just needed to hear him say these magical words.
We used mission statements. We used mission statements and an idea of
exactly.
I would agree, a rhetoric of continuous corrupt this, corrupt that. When you could argue that this is, I don't know if it's the most corrupt administration yet, but it could be. It could end up being that way because of how much power is in certain hands and whose hands they are. However, Dodge Initiative, they started out sucking. I'll agree, because he went chainsaw and everything else, and then coming off of I forget which point it was, but Elon Musk has recently, within the last 2 or 3 weeks, shifted a lot of his framework and idealism from going, and he was on Fox not long ago, from going, I'm using a chainsaw, which is what he opened up with, and then I'm going to go after every social security number, to now a methodical hatchet approach. Now, waste is defined by the Republican Party as being anything with LGBTQ or across another nation, right? And I agree that that's not necessarily waste, right? But that's the initiative. That's the characterization. People don't want to pay for things. The Republican Party doesn't want to pay for things
You don't.
that are in another country.
One person doesn't get to decide that. Just being able to mischaracterize this stuff to the public without any sort of context doesn't justify us cutting it. Also, thank you Seven for the $5 for the kick, guys. It's 25 to kick. If you guys want to kick, it's $20 more. But second of all, we have checks and balances for this. Congress holds the purse strings. That's how the United States works. It doesn't say anywhere in our Constitution that some random South African dude, the richest man in the world, gets to decide what is good and what is bad money that's being spent. That is not how things work.
So for me, here's the thing: is that one of the reasons why this party has, or the government system is so malformed is, as he's pointed out, the fact that no system talks to each other. He's trying to push an initiative of modernization. One of the reasons why modernization of our systems hasn't started is because of the fact that it was done in big plans. You had $500 million or $6 billion that were pushed to one big plan of modernization, but no one actually had an initiative in new IT systems.
I know, and it turns out that they're just shooting from the hip. They have not done anything to merge any of these things. They have not done anything to make these things any more efficient. Like, I expected this to happen like a company merger, for someone to sit down, talk to every person involved that mattered, and find the critical jobs and to merge this.
A ton of people.
No. They fired people that were in charge of overseeing our nuclear weapons on accident. They fucking, this is the biggest fuck ups you could possibly imagine. They made every one of them.
So I agree. Like I said, the initial part of this was a complete fuck up. Excuse me, I swore, I didn't mean to on your channel here, but it was absolutely an atrocity. I agree. Now I think he's identified certain things. Now 21 people from Dodge did run off and said that this isn't what we supported. I think maybe around that time, potentially a little later, that was kind of a wake up call. I realized that he's tearing apart the system. But one of the reasons why, let's just say for fraud instances, right? One of the reasons why you have the district attorney office have to list 16 different different departments to which they had to collaborate with to do a study that they found like $164 million in Medicare fraud is because you can't get bank records from places because you have to have court orders and whatever else. Now, I don't know if I want every government agency being able to look at my bank statements, but that's one of the issues that we have, is the fact that we can't connect those dots because we can't see the fact that someone's getting money that they shouldn't be getting.
Okay, all they're doing is casting doubt on all of these on all of these systems, so they can defund them, so they can privatize them, so they can dip into that money to give themselves a larger tax break. If you haven't seen it yet, every single one of us in the middle and lower class are going to be paying more taxes because of Trump's tax plan. No matter how much they cut, you're not going to feel the relief. You're only going to feel the pain. Period.
So what if we said that Elon Musk is coming up with I'm not saying this is the case. If Elon Musk said, we're developing a new centralized software that's going to integrate these choice systems. We're going to be slow rolling this out, and this is going to integrate these core systems.
That would have been nice before they ran for, as they were running for presidency. But no, we're not letting him do surgery on our government and learn how to do surgery at the same time. I'm good.
All right, you're fair. No, all right, man. Honestly, I am a Democrat, but you've been awesome.
Get the fuck out of here.
Later, man.
Savannah, thank you so much for the 3 months. Chat, I feel so violated when people do that. Please don't do that. Hello? You're becoming very democratic. Jacqueline, it's me, Pickles. Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Uh-huh. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am not. I was trying to talk to your last guest, so but now he's gone. And I'm not sure the right way to request that, but I just wanted to thank you. I know it's a pain to do this, but I appreciate the work you're doing. And just wanted to share that something that I notice a lot of guests saying is that, you know, oh, we aren't feeling any of the repercussions right now, or like, what are you feeling, right? And it's important to remember that what we're feeling now is the budget from last year, passed in March of 2024. So, of course, the average person, unless you are being affected by these executive orders or being fired directly, you're not going to notice them until January of 2026. And just wanted to point that out. I do a lot of work with the budget and looking at numbers over the last 10 years. I work for a nonprofit and very, very interested in all of this work. And yeah, I won't hold up too much time because I'm a friendly, so I will bounce off. But thank you for all you do.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy, thank you so much. Where did it go? Where did it go? Cindy Sink, thank you so much for the $10. I hate when people do this to you. I know, guys. It really, really sucks. I feel like I don't know. It's hard to say. Hello? Hello?
Whoops, sorry, I didn't mean to connect.
Oh, you're good.
I'm
You're
trying
good. Good.
to cancel.
Wait, did it? No, it wasn't you, Seven. No, it wasn't you. It wasn't you. It wasn't you.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello. I'd like to talk about your political beliefs and why I disagree with them. So first things first, are you a Hamas supporter?
No.
Yeah, but the Democratic Party, that's what they support. So if you don't support Trump, you want Jews to die. That's basically what you're saying. When we look at the war that happened in Gaza, the Democratic Party, they were blocking weapons for Israel. And then that led to Benjamin Netanyahu being put under pressure and more Jews dying.
Oh my god, I'm about to nut! I'm about to nut!
Trump's your leader. He's a nice guy. Nope. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. Thank you so much. Chat, I do have a Cash App and Venmo in the profile of my TikTok account. It's in the link tree. If you just click on the link, there's a Cash App and a Venmo. I'll just walk you through it just for shits while we're down. Oh, I also want to play this video in a second. But this is my link tree. If you guys are trying to support me, this is the best way to do it. Cash App is here, Venmo, and PayPal. I also have an Amazon wish list. I also have merch. I forgot to show you guys my merch. We have a Go On Get. We have a Go On Get shirt. If you guys want a Go On Get shirt, it's my only piece of merch right now. We have more merch coming soon. Let me show you guys this video that was very interesting to me.
private charter plane company is getting paid hundreds of millions of dollars for administering deportation flights for ICE. That's a $128 million contract, a $359 million contract, a $283 million contract. And that's just what's included in my screenshot. Meet CSI Aviation, a charter plane company that primarily advertises itself as a provider of medical flight services. It's also one of ICE's top air contractors. ICE doesn't have any of its own planes, so it relies on private companies as well as the military to facilitate deportation flights. In April 2024, CSI Aviation was awarded a $350
Thank you, Chelsea, for $10.
contract by the Department of Homeland Security. There were 1,500 deportation flights in 2024. Over 100 commercial deportation flights were conducted this February. In March, CSI Aviation was awarded another $128 million contract. Now, look at this other chart. Here we can see hundreds of thousands of dollars straight from the coffers of CSI Aviation to the Trump campaign and the Republican Party. In October 2024, a Trump rally was held at a CSI Aviation hangar in Albuquerque, New Mexico. The Trump administration famously campaigned on increasing deportations, an effort that could cost about $1 trillion and bring in a lot of money for private companies like CSI Aviation. Infamously, the CEO of CoreCivic, another ICE contractor, said that this was one of the most exciting periods of his career. ICE is a money laundering front, a tragic money laundering front. Trump's.
There you go, chat. That makes him smart, though, right? It all makes sense. Imagine reversing the legal status of 500,000 people so that you can get your buddy's plane business, your buddy's charter flight business to make millions at the detriment of 500,000 people's lives. Sending people from Ukraine back to Ukraine? You think that's
going to end well.
a good move? You want to save lives. Your mission is to save lives, but you're going to send people back to Ukraine. What's up, bub? How you doing?
What's going on, man? Just trying to avoid life for a little bit, but the news is just nuts.
Yeah, I agree. What did I miss today?
Quite a bit. Actually, I'm lagging really bad. Am I lagging for you?
You sound good to me.
Okay. Quite a bit, man. There's a ton going on. Tulsi Gabbard revoked a bunch of access to classified info for Trump's political foes, so that way they can't use it against him in the upcoming, not only the midterms, but I say 2028 because Trump is literally talking about rerunning. He's like open to a third term.
Yeah.
He just announced that today.
Yeah.
It's fucking wild, man. Like you guys, I'm a constitutionalist, all about the 2A and freedom of speech. Can Trump run for a third term? Yeah, of course. We can change that. Like, what's fucking going on here, man? It makes no sense. Did you hear Trump threatened to bomb Iran?
No.
Yeah. So he said if they don't come to a nuclear deal negotiation deal, they will be bombed in ways that they've never seen before. We're picking a fight with fucking Iran.
I mean, yeah. I mean, bombing the Houthis was already doing that kind of, but yeah. Yeah.
Well, Iran's always kind of tried to keep a barrier between them and the Houthis, right? They fund them, yes, but it's like they just do their own thing. They're not actually, kind of ideology, so they try to distance themselves but still keep them in power or keep them going. Now it's just this is what we're doing. But yeah, he came out today with ABC News has a link on it. Trump won't rule out running for a third term. It's getting crazy, guys. He's not a dictator though. Don't believe all that nonsense. How are you been, man? You been doing all right?
Yeah, I've been good. I went to a little had some friends had some birthdays last night. a little birthday party celebration, so I went out with them. Had a birthday celebration at a friend's house, and it's nice. Ordered pizza. All hung out in the backyard. Had chips and salsa, and everybody had wine. I had non-alcoholic beer because I'm a soy boy. And
Did it have the THC
you know,
in it?
no,
No, that's good.
no,
I
just
went to a play last night. It was freaking awesome. I went and saw Sweeney Todd. It was a high
oh,
school
nice.
play, and these kids, they put their fucking heart into it, man. Like I've seen quite a few, you know, plays, shows, I guess. It wasn't like Broadway quality, but these kids, they did a great job. They
Hell
did
yeah.
an awesome job, actually. It was more than like the I don't know. Have you ever seen Sweeney Todd?
No.
No.
I know it kind of
Well, it was
the gist.
It
but-
was so good, it made me want to go watch it. So
Oh,
we
damn.
watched it again today. Yeah, it was
Hell yeah.
that good. So Trump's also mad at Putin. I just kind of wanted to break up the monotony. Of
Allegedly. Allegedly.
I don't know. He's threatening tariffs on him again. Second waves of tariffs. So who knows? I know, man. I know.
It feels like fake. You know how like rappers or something have fake beef on the internet? That's what it feels like.
Except for Tupac and Biggie, that was real beef.
Yeah.
I'm convinced.
But like you've seen Trump
today,
You've seen Trump be upset with somebody and he's fucking belligerent and crazy. And Trump is more like, he's kind of bad. I'm going to do tariffs. Maybe. If you're not good. Like, that's not how Trump acts when he's upset. Trump goes, he tweets. He does 13 Truth Socials about it at 2 a.m. He doesn't say calculated, silly shit like that.
one of these days he's going to drop like Randy Savage. Come on, brother.
Yeah.
It's getting to that point. Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. But serious, though. Tupac and Biggie. With all this stuff coming out on Puffy, this makes it a little more like, why did Tupac hate him so much? We didn't know all this stuff was going on. Well, we did, because we can look back at his music and we can see the people he dated when he was alive. And we're like, yeah, that was kind of questionable, man. She was pretty young. So we have this proof now, and then we have this stuff coming out with Diddy, and we know Tupac hated his fucking gut. Tupac, I mean, my guy, he was a legit communist, right? His whole family was communist. They started, you know, they didn't start, but they were part of the starting of the Black Panther Party, the Marxist Black Panther Party. As a communist, he hated that Biggie and Puffy were taking advantage of people like that. I mean, this is all like making a lot of sense nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't even want to listen to Biggie songs.
Yeah. Yeah.
So about an hour ago, a United Airlines flight from Houston hit a kite in Washington, D.C. near Reagan Airport, and they had to make an emergency landing.
Oh, man.
Guess that's a kite? Maybe it got sucked on their engine? I don't know.
Biden put tariffs on Russia. Yeah, we have no problem with Biden putting tariffs on Russia. We're saying that Trump is cosplaying like having a fake fight with Russia. He's not. Is all Trump got is tariffs? Is that all he's got? I thought everybody was scared of him. All he's got is tariffs.
He's threatening Greenland again. He's threatening to annex Greenland again. He came out with that today.
Yeah.
Let me look that up real quick. Hey, man, I like your girlfriend's hair. It looks good.
Thanks. Yeah, it's new.
She got her hair did, and I noticed.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it. I like it too.
Trump threatens to use military action to annex Greenland, and he says he hopes automakers raise their prices. Freaking wild, right? Like we're not hurting enough. Because, you know, if they raise car prices on new cars coming out from the manufacturers, that's automatically going to trigger a flood of people buying used cars, which supply and demand says the used cars will increase as well. So go Trump.
Yellow.
Uh-oh, you got a guess.
Hello?
Hello?
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
She has aura.
You got anything else?
No, that's it.
Is it like an orange aura?
No, it's just like,
Or is it smelly diaper aura?
aura. Nah. Like Ashton Hall. You know him?
No.
You know Ashton Hall? Bro, get with the times.
Is that like Ash Ketcher?
Come on now.
Oh, he left.
I booted him.
Oh.
Yellow?
Hey, Pickles. I'm so sorry. I'm not a cult member. I just wanted to say one thing. Can you pull up Chatty down here in the comments? Because she won't stop running her mouth, so we might as well hear her craziness.
She's here every day.
But that's all.
I appreciate you.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye.
Thanks, Hoofy. Thank you. Well, I just came up to kill some time, read some news off, hoping to pull a few people up here. We did jump up about 100 people. Out of all 100 people that joined, are you following Pickles yet? Because you should. You should follow him, and you should send heart me's, because that puts us out on the For You page. Isaac!
Oh.
Yellow?
Hello. So I don't want to interrupt you guys much, but I do have a question. I listen to you sometimes, and you guys come up with answers pretty quickly. You know, did they mentioning all this funding they found that was illegitimate, that was wrong, that was this, that, the other, and they're going to give it back to the people? Are they really just playing that off, you think, maybe as to more of trying to keep that ball rolling, so to speak, from the when they gave everybody $1,000 a month kind of thing? He's mentioned that too, talking about AI and all that. Like, how do you guys feel about all that stuff? Because I don't necessarily know what to think about it. I mean, it's all this money.
I think they've only found
And how does
about...
that necessarily...
It's only about $12 billion worth of findings if you do the actual math. So nobody's getting any money. That's for sure. It's kind of BS.
So that's they're playing their BS on their freaking notes of, here you go, we gave you all $1,000 before, we're gonna leading on the, so to speak, you know.
Yeah.
That yeah, I don't think that's where I was like, you know, and honestly, if they're gonna use the AI as a possibility for $700 a month per person, like Elon Musk stated in the first place, you know, that's where they should come out with it on. It that's what I thought. I'm not sure what to think about that though either, because he did say that that was a possibility.
Yeah, I don't know.
$1,000 a month.
The money, the math ain't mathin', but I'm gonna see if this is a real debate. Max, are you a Trump supporter?
What's up, bro?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Are you 18 or older?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you like about Trump?
All right, man.
He has
We'll talk to
aura.
you later.
Okay.
Oh, you motherfucker.
Huh?
I'm talking to this.
What'd you say,
Donald
Max?
Trump has aura.
Oh my god. Come on, dude. Come on. Coffee time? I think you might be right. Yellow?
Hello?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I am.
All right. What do you like about Trump?
He's got aura. He's got mad aura, dude. Don't hate on him. I'm out. Trump's the man.
What the fuck? Sanford with the $5 says, how would that work if NATO country attacks another NATO country? I don't know. I don't know. I guess we can ask Yellow?
What's good?
What's up, man? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
What do you like about Trump?
That he is king. He will be king. Hopefully.
You like him because he will be a king?
Correct.
It's kind of circular.
And he is not bird brain like you liberals.
It's not bird brain?
Yeah, y'all can't think straight. I'm sorry. I love you, man.
Love you too.
I'm sorry.
Hello?
Hello.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, bro.
What do you like about Trump?
His aura.
Chat, fuck my life. Someone please save me. I hate my life so much. Trump's aura is poopy diaper. He's Super Saiyan poopy diaper. That's what he is. He is Kaioken shit pants. This is what it says if a NATO country attacks another NATO country. Article 5 would not apply. Political pressure and diplomatic response attacking a NATO country to face immense political backlash. For immediate de-escalation or mediation. Suspension or expulsion. They don't have a clear legal mechanism for expelling a member, but suspension of privileges and coordinated sanctions would occur or could occur. The alliance would likely freeze the aggressor's involvement in operations and decision-making. The UN or international intervention. Risk of NATO collapse or redefinition. I don't know. It just says it's very unlikely. But here we go. Super just saying. I like that one. Pickles go night-night. How long have I been live? 5 hours. I've been live for 5 hours? The fuck? Let's see. Hello?
Hello.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
Oh, what do you like about Trump?
He's got aura. Bad aura. No poopy diaper aura. He's got like jacked at the beach, buff workout guy aura. Beautiful. I love you. I love Trump. He's got aura.
He's got McDonald's cheeseburger sitting on a highway median aura. I'm really don't do it, guys. Guys, I'm gonna raid somebody. This is it. This is it, guys. We're gonna raid somebody.
Yeah.
Should we raise Joey Swole? Speaking of aura. Let's raid Jonathan. Morton John 71. Let's go raid him. Let's go raid him. I love you guys. I will see you guys. Give me just a little bit. I'm gonna take a little break. I might not even come back tonight. I might just make some clips. See how I feel.
Everybody, please tap the screen.
Love you guys.
Live, share the live. Let's get out there on the For You page.
This guy is really
please
smart.
Give me a follow.
This guy's real smart.
Let's get some MAGA up here.
He's real smart. Go give him all the love, chat. Please, 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 please. I will see you guys in just a little bit. Much love, chat.